Hey, 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 hey. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Can I get thumbs up in the chat? Can I get you to hit that like button? Can I get you to do any of that? If you can hear me. Let me know so I can go down the list, honey. Can y'all hear me? Oh, just let me know so I can speak to you. You got it? All right. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. What it do, Karen J? Hey, baby. Hey, Bev Davis. Hey, I am Queen Newton. What you doing? Hey, Miss Lynn. Hey, Kayla. And Jay, girl, I'm telling you, every time you say that, that reminds me of my friends from, like, when I grew up, and still I have friends, not the same friends, and my game banging friends and all that shit from the goddamn hoods out in the street, and they call me Angie. Angie. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I have a whole bunch of nicknames. I appreciate that. Hey, Mom Life Love. Hey, Arkansas. Let me see who else. Karen, hey, Karen, 2/3 of the KKK in the building. What it do, honey? What it do? What it do, boss? Yes, yes. Did I see something a little red? I didn't see a little red in there. Well, anyway, to anybody I'm missing, sorry for the delay catching me on the replay. And I'm saying hi to you now. I don't see no goddamn little red. Oh, okay. Hey, little red. I'm inside. No, I keep going through and through and through and saying, yeah, seeing a little red. So, I ain't gonna keep y'all long. This is a quickie because I want to, Lord have mercy, get this last round. I think of going off and spazzing over some bullshit on out the way, so I can get back to talking about the stuff that makes us all happy and that gives us a peaceful goddamn um shit, a peaceful life, right? But unfortunately, there are people that have let this YouTube shit and YouTube notoriety, possibly YouTube fame, I don't know what to fucking call it at this point, go straight to their motherfucking head or what have you. And I'm sitting back and saying, are you fucking serious? I can't make this shit up. That's why I'm telling you, and I don't want to sound like nobody's mama, nobody's instructor, nobody's um uh, an example of how to live life. None of that shit. Because I be very candid with my goddamn life or whatever. And because you know, I started out making recordings and shit of the people that know me or what have you, because I wanted to show people how professional people can cut the food, can get down and dirty with the best of them, as well as just laugh at my funny ass shit, whether it's been pain or what have you. Always, it's always a story that people have asked me, to write a book and share and talk about a lot of stuff, you know. Um, and there are been like one or two people, like one really now, that I've shared, like, really shared a lot with, what have you. And as always, we have to figure out a way to have receipts, because a lot of these people lie about so much shit around this goddamn place. It's ridiculous. Not sure how people will even believe half the shit is being said. So I like to generate me a little receipt. So I thought about, and I said, oh shit, at a later, like this year, whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, these calls could be, as receipts, because I tell you exactly who the person you're dealing with and what have you. So when I talk, I'm having a conversation, and I think I respect y'all well enough to tell you, about stuff, right? Because generally, I respect majority of you motherfuckers. I really do. And I really like majority of you motherfuckers. I really do. And all of that. So we down up, down in this goddamn basement. I like to now I'm calling it a damn basement, talking about things, whatever, and hoping people share their stories. I tell you, I had to start over with life twice. All of that. You know what I'm saying? That's not a problem with me and what have you. So I never want nobody to think that I'm coming from a position of I can talk about you, I can be judgmental, I can, I'm better than you, this and third. I don't think, never have thought that way about nobody and nothing. Don't even get down like that in my goddamn life. But there is some shit that's just ridiculous that I've only encountered like a couple times in my life. Around this motherfucker, we are being introduced to these people every goddamn day, sometimes several times a day. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it's so crazy. And it's I just don't know. And I would hope that people will share their life experiences with us. You know, I I disagree with, not wholeheartedly, but most of it. When people say that your children need to let them fall and they will learn about learn what's wrong with how to do what's wrong with right and all that other bullshit or whatever. I disagree with that. I believe that I should be able to tell you that there's a fire over there, and if you stick your hand in it, it's gonna burn you. I shouldn't have to tell my child, well, go on and try it. And then I sit back with my hands folded and shit. When she come out with a burnt ass hand, now we got to go over there and sit to the emergency room. All that could have been prevented. That's just the way I think. What it do, Dom Kane? What it do? Dom Kane is in the building. But yeah, so, and I hope y'all don't, you know, uh, but this is, I can't make none of this shit up. And I hope I can get it all in. But before I forget, the official opening for Club Blue will be October the 1st. I don't care what day it falls on or what have you. And the first giveaway will be predicated on the next live that I do, and you'll see it's about this case. And hopefully it will be before Monday, as the case, as the prosecution is getting ready to rest its case, right? And then the defense is getting ready to present its case. So so somebody, I know I got a whole bunch of good people that's good with the note taking, the information. Should they even keep up with my goddamn percentages better than I do? But so the first official giveaway and the next open, and I ain't forgot about the people that we're supposed to acknowledge for the August and the September birthdays. I ain't forgot about any of that. I'm one of my word. I do what I say, and that's just what it is. So remember that Club Blue, and it's not a paid membership. It's not a group, a gang, or a team, or none of that shit. It's just people that are blue. Also, I have been watching other people's lives, and I see where they're under the people area of the emojis. There is some kind of like a little light blue and a little some other kind of other blue, a little person in there or whatever. If y'all don't mind, can y'all dig that up and can y'all post it so I can make sure I'm talking about the right one, not the one with the blue head blowing steam or whatever. I don't even know what that means, but it's one that's up under the people area of the emojis, and it's like it's a light skin blue and it's a dark skin blue little icon. I think that is so cute, and I would like to use that shit, and it's free. Yeah, but I don't know. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Anyway, so but I just wanna, oh my gosh, I just wanna get this gonna hopefully. And I'm not saying this is gonna be the last time I have to address some shit because I know that's impossible around here. That is impossible. So to say that shit, I be lying even to say that. But what I can say on this magnitude would be the last one. And I'm going to try to get it all in. And I try to do it late because I'm hoping motherfuckers will sleep. And they'll just catch it on the replay. So when the next time I go live, we could be talking about shit that matters. Okay? Shit that matters. And also, I want, I put like the case checklist right up there. I'm just going to talk about a couple pieces of it, but we're going to go like more in detail with on the next live. So I don't know how long that live is going to be, but I'm just telling you, it's going to be information based live. My hope that when we talk about certain things over here, because I like the way we process stuff over here, and I like the way we dig in the mud and pull it out and all those type of things, whatever. Because one, it's a learning process, right? And hopefully, you don't never want to stop learning. Because if you stop learning it, you actually stop stunting your growth, whether you know it or not. And you're stunting your growth in the areas of your mentality or mentally, spiritually, as well as your behavior, your actions. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that we knows, no, Debo, you're gonna have to wait for all of that. Just wait. I'm gonna drop it. Just wait. So, not saying that we we are some type of leaders or whatever, and I'm not saying none of that. So, if anybody think I'm gonna be trying to put us on a different pedestal, or whatever, that's not what I'm talking about. But I will defend what we do because we don't have to. Our resources are ourselves, right? Okay, we generate a whole ton of original content. We don't have to go looking for shit because there in our chat we got it all covered. There's somebody on the finances. There's somebody on the legal shit. There's somebody on the medical shit. There's journalists. There's fucking athletes. There's truck drivers. There's investment people. There's real estate. All of them. I'm not saying no other channel don't have that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to we have our own resources that we could pull from. You know what I'm saying? So and I like that. That's because that's how we bounce shit off each other, pulling shit. And I don't know. I've learned about a little bit more about the case from y'all. Y'all know about the who's in the case, what the people in charge with, whatever. I just do the other part of it, the legal part of it, tying together and making the shit in a way that it makes sense to everybody. So yeah, but Debo, yeah, I'm gonna need you to stick around because yeah, I'm gonna need you to hit that link. But let me get all this out, or whoever else who wants to hit the link. Um, so with that being said, just let me go ahead and get the fuck shit out the way. When I say that I've always been raised, right? Watch who you associate with. Watch who you befriend. Watch who you fuck with. Watch who you roll with. And I've been given good examples. And in my career, my work experience, what have you, that shit has been proven something. You know what I mean? Proven to be true. And I can count the times where I didn't listen to my parents or someone giving good advice that really had an interest in seeing me not cut the fool out there in those streets and shit like that. Because like I said, could have been a different way. My life could have been totally different, right? Everything that if I would have listened to them 100% of the time, I probably would have been saved 100% of the time. So, and hopefully with that in mind, I don't forget nothing that, because I don't do no pre-reads. I don't have no pre-recorded goddamn, story and none of that kind of shit. And, when I'm setting up these lives, putting on the titles or whatever, but hopefully I don't forget nothing and nobody that I need to address. Right? I want this to be over with because it is really, it's so alarming. Now, let me tell you this. You know what my disclaimer is? I have a goddamn disclaimer for the motherfuckers I like and I fuck with that like me and fuck with me. Then I have a disclaimer for the motherfuckers that I don't like and the motherfuckers that fuck with me. So this live or my lives or our lives may be allergic. So, proceed with caution. This particular live may include some life change. That's not what I wake up and set out to do. But dealing with the motherfuckers and what the shit these motherfuckers say and the delusions and shit these people have in their motherfucking head, you don't have no recourse. A lot of people say, sometimes you need to ignore shit. Here's the thing with these motherfuckers right here. In a world, in a place where you're dealing with motherfuckers that sane, yeah, you could ignore shit, whatever, and it goes to the left, goes to the right, whatever. But you have some people that if you don't defend your goddamn self, that shit gonna take feet and grow and become something else. It's gonna be some bullshit. And you're gonna be seen as you the one, it must be true and all this shit. I mean, it's gonna be a whole bunch of goddamn shit. And it be shit that didn't even come out your mouth. And somehow you get blamed with it. How is that? So we're gonna go through it. So let me say this. When someone addresses you with a whole bunch of generalizations, right? Meaning they didn't say, well, Debo said you did that. JoJo said you did this, and one of them Karen said you did that, right? When they say use a group, a team of people as a whole, as a whole, then your response is usually as a whole because you don't have the name of this person. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, a lot of people get grouped in the shit that's not even their fault. Now, most of us understand that, but then you have some people will say, "Oh, she said all y'all this, that, and the third. She said this, that, and the third," which I mean, common sense is if you didn't do something to a person, goddamn well, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you. That's common sense. But when people be on that fuck shit, be on that bullshit, and you got people that just want to have a problem with you for whatever reason, that's what they go with. And they give it to you, and and you know what I'm saying? They just put it in a way or whatever, where that shit may be believable. And you have people that's one-sided and friends or something. All this shit. So anything about a motherfucker that they don't like pro they friend, shit, they gonna lambast your ass down with, they're gonna beat you down with, and some kind of way they're gonna make it be true, knowing that it's not. Because for them, lying makes you look bad. The truth makes them look bad. It's common motherfucking sense. Anybody with it, you don't even need a degree or a diploma to goddamn understand that. If you mean, mean any good, right? And I hate I hate being the type of person where I can't be, who I am, right? Who I am is a person that helps somebody, whether I know them or not. I help strangers all the time. This one is the nature of any business I'm in, and two, it just feels good to do so. I'm not a person that hate motherfuckers. That takes me out. That I got a list of motherfucking strangers I hate. Yeah, I said it. Literally, I'm telling you, I gotta fuck them up by the keyboard or in person if I can catch it, or any of that bullshit. I got time for that. You look up for months. You had one name on the list. DJ Tyson, aka Kevin Terrell. I had this motherfucking ass circled, highlighted, stars by, check mark, exclamation point. He was number 1 through 10. But now as shit going, he must be maybe covered by the blood. Cause his ass getting lower, lower, lower off the motherfucking. He damn near off on the paper. He may be on the I may get with your ass later list. Don't make no goddamn sense. How is that even possible? Yeah, I ain't even started on his ass yet. Oh my gosh, it is crazy. So, like, I read a comment, right? Y'all seen what happened this weekend, whatever. And for some reason, I gotta address that motherfucking. Yeah, there's so many people. I'm gonna try to get through it. But anyway, so y'all seen what happened with her. I don't have to rehash that or whatever. So that girl that was in Skylight's chat, right? She made a comment about me condoning old cold shit or whatever. That's whatever. And in a conversation today, I kind of see what she was talking about, but she's still way off and wrong, right? So, lady, and lady, I wasn't gonna put you on the list, but I saw your ass over there in Sylvia's, because I never seen you before. I saw you over there in Sylvia's chat, and you still had that picture up. I was fixing to get you. Okay, I was supposed to get your ass. I was finna triangulate and coordinate your motherfucking whereabouts, your name and every goddamn thing, and put you on the goddamn list. So y'all have to watch who you're fucking with around here. Okay? I'm telling you right now. So, but y'all don't listen. I done gave you examples, samples. I let other people check. Y'all don't listen. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I like for you not to worry about it. So that shit hit you. So anyway, so with that being said, I know I called you back 33 bitches. So I'm going to take 10 on my way. So that'll leave you with just 23 bitches. So you're just 23 bitches. Now I know I called you back 49 motherfuckers. I'm going to take 13 of them away. And so you'll be 36 motherfuckers. I think that's reasonable. I think that's fair. I don't believe in you being no more bitches or motherfuckers than you have to be. I think that's totally fair. So when when it's put this way, that I condone, because you was over there spamming my ass. You was spamming me. And that's how, I was looking like, what the fuck is going on? Because, I'm sensitive to spam. And I mean, I see something look like spam. I go to, getting nervous, turning left and right and shit. You know what I'm saying? So when you was spamming my ass in Skylight Live, I really didn't, because I knew damn well you weren't trying to say that I was condoning what was said, what Diva had said, whatever. So I was thinking that you wasn't even talking like that. So, but on the conversation today, all right. So here's the thing, right? This again, if you missed it, this is what I said. I said that when that live went on, I'm paraphrasing what happened. When that live went on with Sky, Diva said what she said about the children. I didn't hear anything but she said about nobody dying, hoping somebody dying or whatever. I said that she was pushed that way, pushed to that point. Now I have no reason to take up for no Diva or nobody, right? I will, take up. Well, I don't do it no more. I won't do it no more, you know. And that's hard. You motherfuckers make it hard. Cause I'm the type of person. I don't give a fuck if I like you or not. I don't like nobody lying on no goddamn body or none of that shit. Cause you hear a lot of people around here talking about, I don't care what nobody thinks or whatever. My mama always told me a don't care person is a dangerous person. I care about what motherfuckers think about me, especially if you motherfucker lying. And that ties into there's something about the case. Your reputation. Well, I'm gonna talk a little bit about character witnesses and your reputation. The types of um character witness that evidence that the judge will allow when it's relevant, reliable, and what relatable is reputation evidence, habit evidence, and similar fact evidence. Right? Just three right off the top. But anyway, if you all ass get in the motherfucking jam, and I hope y'all think about this, because you want to protect your motherfucking reputation and shit like that. I don't know how many people out there is working, based on their reputation and results, like I have. You get jobs that way. You retain clients that way. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't believe I even have to talk about this. This should be common sense. But it is what it is. So I'm gonna go through it because apparently, but see, here's the thing, right? When you got some motherfucking no good ass trashy motherfuckers mixed in the mix, they ain't worrying about a motherfucking thing. What a motherfucker think about them or whatever, because they know they already the motherfucking dead end. And anything that happens to them is a goddamn come up. It's a step up. They so motherfucking low to the motherfucking ground when they look up, they can't see nothing but something better. Anyway, so she thought that I was condoning what Diva said out of her mouth. Listen, I'm not a hypocrite, not at all. I didn't like it when Hollywood said that shit about Larry's kids or whatever. So of course I'm not gonna like it when Diva says that shit or what have you. I don't like none of it. I'm the type of person, as much as I cuss and fuss and this, that, third, and whatever. They ain't never heard me say no shit like that. I ain't got to talk about no handicap motherfucker. I just talk about your ass and go off on your ass and probably threaten to beat you up or something like that. But none of that shit. That ain't even in my registry, in my heart, mind. So none of that. That would never come out. And the time that I made reference to that case that was involving Fat Boy keeping his kid, I said, why don't you let them motherfuckers help you with that? When he said that, he was affected by that, I came on and apologized. Goddamn well, I don't apologize for shit. I wasn't even thinking about no shit like that. And that's making a reference to a case about keeping kids. Not saying nothing disparaging about it. So don't link me in with no shit like that. I don't get down with no shit like I would never condone no shit like you crazy. That's not how I do. I mean, I know a lot of times we get down here and cut the food and show out and this, that, and the third, and act like we don't have no home training, no morals, no integrity or whatever. Hell, I'm beginning to think that some of it, that shit is true to a certain amount of people. But you can't put it all on everybody. I don't give a fuck how you think we roll or we in a posse and all. None of that is the truth. And you know, goddamn well, I ain't no team. I'm team nobody. I'm part of a club, Club Blue. That's it. Shit, that is it. So don't do that. It's a when I haven't showed the shit lately, but I say right there, I am not responsible for nothing that comes out of nobody's mouth over him. That is not what I do. I cannot do nothing about that. That is that person's feelings or whatever, not mine. I mean, it is what it is, and and I operate in a manner like that where I don't have to have a whole bunch of apologies or forgiveness policy plans and shit like that. Because I try not to say no fucked up ass shit, any kind of shit. But if I said the shit, that I mean it. And if I did the shit, then I meant to do it. So ain't no use of me trying to walk it back or none of that shit like that. Because when it's done, it's done. So, girl, I took that a different way. That girl that was in that chat spamming me. So for that, I knocked off some of them bitches I called you and some of them motherfuckers. Okay? That's the best I can do about that. But don't do that. Do not do that. Cause see, a bunch of these motherfuckers around here ain't nothing but some goddamn matching trash cans that somebody has to pull all the way to the end of the motherfucking drive. And they still hopeless and worthless because somebody got to come along in a truck to dump their worthless ass in and chart their motherfucking ass off to the goddamn graveyard for trash. And it is what it is. It's always you could sit back and just watch. And this is different, right? If you have a disagreement with somebody, or you have a exchange of words with somebody, you're not seeing something, y'all may have a little word for word, whatever, and that's over with, right? And you go on. It's not enough to go back and try to figure out who said what, who started whatever. It's none of that. When you got a long standing beef, or when you got some real serious shit going on, whatever, that you got to go back and see who started whatever, and it's always some of the same motherfuckers in the same shit. Just carrying them, going around the motherfucking, the scene with the shit. Okay? Yeah, I'll get into it with a motherfucker if I take exception to what you say or what have you. But in most part, I don't have a motherfucking issue. I don't. For what? Hold the fuck on. Wait a minute. I just looked up at this screen. Wait a minute. I know it better not be no bullshit. I'm looking at this chat. Hold on. I know motherfuckers like to ease in with the bullshit. I'm catching it tonight. Well, I'm gonna drop the link. So I don't want to hear and have none of this shit. And none of this shit no goddamn more. You know. And you have people around here, and this is what I don't understand. You know, I don't get it. You have motherfuckers around here that are known liars. I mean, known liars. To when they open their mouth, you wondering what lie is going to come out. What lie is going to bounce off they lingu, slide through their gingiva, and come out to the airways. What lie is that? What they going to say now? Yet, motherfuckers believe all that shit. And somebody come out with some lies that seems ridiculous. And yet you take them motherfuckers and run with it and whatever. But here's what I say about that. YouTube is going to be the leading cause for people to have their real lives fucked up. Because I guarantee you, where these messages will go, these text messages, these calls will go, I guarantee that young lady is going to read it, and she's going to think it's totally different. She's not going to think that me, myself, Angie, was pressed from a motherfucking man. A Raggedy Ann and Andy type motherfucker. See, I've never ever have to be pressed about no Raggedy Ann and Andy type motherfucker. No kind. I've never be pressed about a man when I have the man. That's totally different. And that's how it's always been. You get a man. I will get the man. It's totally different. And I'm not going to sweat about the man. The fuck is wrong with you? There's a whole bunch of delusions around this bitch. That even sounds sensible. Stupid. Got to do all this shit here for what? Yeah. I'm going to continue to fuck with those who fucks with me. And I will fuck up those who try to fuck me up. Period. I don't have to keep going. I don't want to keep going back and forth. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna kill you. You all this and no. And it's a goddamn shame. And I'm getting to you, Shiner. It's a goddamn shame. What these motherfuckers have nothing else to motherfucking do in life but to fuck with you. And kind of paint some picture as if you jealous of them. Jealous of what? Sitting back waiting on a handout? Being in hell mentally and physically sometimes because you're a fucked up individual? You can't barely motherfucking keep a decent thought going for goddamn a week because your mind's so motherfucking fucked up. Relying on motherfuckers to get you through, even if motherfucking substances, you got me fucked up. And I'm getting to you, Shine, I'll definitely not be jealous of a motherfucker around here that done molested they motherfucking nieces and shit and all that kind of bullshit. You crazy? Here's the motherfucking problem with all you with a bunch of these Social Security motherfucking sisters around this motherfucker, matching trash can motherfuckers. Here's the goddamn problem. Why you think them motherfuckers, them benefit motherfuckers that give you that motherfucking free ass shit, you don't think they would be interested to know how you riding here, fucking with people in your spare time, or maybe drawing a motherfucking a check, a dime or two from the YouTube or the Cash App or whatever the fuck it is you use? You're the first one to get cut off, or the first one to get in an investigation. You better learn who the fuck you fucking with. Goddamn slick bunch of bitches. Can't stand motherfuckers like y'all. I'm telling you. And I be so, and I tell you this, you know, old JoJo the random been, around for this last part of this motherfucking bullshit. And he'll say, Angie, be cordial, speak when spoken to. Be cordial. This one. When I'm trying to survive, just trying to cooperate. I don't feel like being cordial on it, but I just want to cooperate. Because I'm not no fake and phony bitch. And it be taking sometimes all they can take. And see what that girl did, that girl poured fuel on a fucking on a what is it? On a flame, and that's what it's called. I don't want to call it a flame, but I put it like this. She poured fuel on just smoke, right? Not knowing that there's a flame just bubbling up on the surface. Just ready. And you say one motherfucking thing, boom, here we go. Here go me clicking the live button, boom, and cussing. Because around here, everybody like to do shit live. Because when you do shit and off the scene, whatever, and you wear their ass out, they don't respond. They got to take their bitch ass on live because they got the only reason why they gonna get somebody to come over there or to keep motherfuckers coming by using the situation, using your name, whatever. It's a come up. That's why I say these YouTube channels gonna be the leading cause of motherfuckers getting their real life fucked up. I'm not trying to make a go of no YouTube channel or none of that. There's a lot of people in here. There's a lot of people that's not on these channels or in here this morning that's listening, whether they may catch it on the replay. It's a lot of us. These motherfuckers are trying to get somewhere we have been and taken off, gone somewhere else. You're trying to come up. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's delusions. It's that mentality. All that shit plays a part. And I guarantee you, you go back and check all these motherfuckers with delusions. I'm not saying nothing bad about no people that have thought about suicide and shit like that. That's not something I've ever thought about. Because in my mind, I'm not going to allow nobody to hurt me. And I'm definitely not going to hurt me. Because I believe that every part of suicide, any way you go, is always going to be aimed at hurting yourself. And that is nothing. I wouldn't wish nothing on oh my God, that is a horrible situation, a horrible thing. And some people, and I'm not talking, some people have mental health issues or what have you, of no fault of their own, or maybe a little fault of their own, or what have you it is. And those type of thoughts come to mind with those people. I deal with clients who've had those type of situations and what have you. They act nothing like these motherfuckers around here. Nothing. But you got a lot of these motherfuckers this delusional, and 8 out of 10 times they thought about suicide because their own life in their head ain't worth the shit, and they don't know how to make it better. They come on with that bullshit and put it all on everybody else. And the way they deal with it isn't effective. I'm just telling you. So don't think I'm talking about nobody nope. That is definitely not what I'm talking about. Nope. Do too much charity work and have too many clients that have had those same thoughts. And that's why a large part of what I do with offering behavioral services has something to do with putting people in their lives, right? Getting them signed to people that help them in every way to make their life fulfilling. And I'm gonna tell you, it don't pay a lot. Those contracts don't pay a lot, and that's why I have addresses in 21 states now, different states, because I have to establish residency there, but that's neither here or there. That work is rewarding, and you end up doing more than the actual syllabus or the program tells you to do. You know what I'm saying? You end up spending more time and establishing some type of relationship and that type of stuff with those kind of people, as well as the people that I've helped get out of the goddamn jail or what have you. You end up spending time and you get to know those type of people, whatever. And they are nothing unlike the goddamn 2 or 3% of the motherfuckers that's around here. It's a goddamn shame. And I can only hope that we don't foster or rah and encourage that goddamn behavior, because they take that behavior, they'll instill it into their children, they'll put it out in the universe to say that that's okay. It's not okay for me to be cussing out people and shit like that, and or if I have to life shame a bitch, none of that shit. It's not okay for me to have 2 disclaimers. Just what it is. It's not okay for us to be doing all that kind of crazy shit. Thank you, whoever did it. Y'all don't have to do that, but thank you. You know, we don't have to do that, but yet it's being done, and it prevents me from being a person like, you know, who I'm truly a person that helps people that I don't motherfucking know. Or take up for somebody that I don't know. Or tell the truth when somebody's being lied upon. But you can't even do that. Because them same motherfuckers will come and stab you in your motherfucking back and take your goddamn life if they have a chance and try to destroy your motherfucking lifestyle. All because theirs ain't about shit. And it's a YouTube competition. The fuck? Give a shit about none of that. Hell, do you honestly? I'm gonna give y'all might not know this, but when you look at the monetization of these goddamn videos and shit like that, I'm talking about they be having the nerve to give you 2 and 3 cents and shit like that, 10 cents and whatever. And I want y'all to put this in perspective. The next time you see a motherfucker doing all this here for the 2, you talking about 2 or 3 cents a video. You talking about having to get your ass on camera and beg for this and beg for that. The humiliation of it all. And yet you want to motherfucking goddamn transfer your fucked up ass life, your delusions or whatever the fuck else you got going on to somebody motherfucking else. I'm getting to you, Shiner. And here we motherfucking go. This is not how I run my motherfucking goddamn life. Stupid. It's about some kind of goddamn integrity at some point. You know? And when I get talking about condoning, let me tell you something. If it wasn't so late, I'll have my child on here. My child's been, the school have called me twice about her in goddamn school or something. Right? I don't ask her, well, what did you do? Well, what they did to you? And this, that, and this. I go right to the motherfucker who made the call. What did she do? Then I go to her. What did you do? And I put it together. But I've had a friend or two that they child have been, the school done called them 10 times. And all 10, it was everybody's fault except her child. How is that? And he done been to like 3 different schools. Why you keep having to transfer? Talk about that. Figure that out. That's when you condone shit. When you condone that kind of bad behavior, that person who you're doing the condoning for instills that in their children, their friends, their whatever. And then, hey, well, here we go. We got a whole bunch of shit where motherfuckers could think they could do this, that, and the third, whatever, and think they could get away scot-free and have no payback for it. That's why I'm a firm believer in payback. Affirmative action payback. Affirmative action retaliation on your bitch ass when you least expect it. So don't get comfortable. God damn it. You must be goddamn crazy. And you ain't got to worry about if this is a subliminal and if I ain't got to call your name. Here's how you can tell if I'm talking to you. If you don't fuck with me, lied on me and shit, you will get it. Unless you find the right person to call me and tell you not to get it. That's how it usually goes around here. I live and work in that cutthroat type of industries, unfortunately. Everybody's trying to get somebody. Okay? I told y'all my best friend fucking had put out, if I was on my regular goddamn social media, all this shit transpired. When she put out that she thought I was the one who called, goddamn, sent her to her house. Not called, because I don't have to call. That sent her to her house. And she called me, and I told her, this is how we do. We just as casual. She said, Angie, did you send? She told my girl, listen, her showed up to my house, and I told everybody, Angie done sent her to my house. And I had to tell her, girl, you got a baby. You got a child. You know, goddamn well, I'm not going to send her to your goddamn house. And that's how we do things. I told you. She the one got me jammed up, got me blocked from getting pizzas from Pizza Hut. Oh, shit. We do all kind of fucked up shit like that to each other. But we aren't everybody that's in my, area. Even a fake ass girlfriend, she can tell you. And them companies we done sat through and whatever, all kind of fake shit. Reebok, we was working for Reebok was one of our clients. They trying to do shit to Nike or whatever. All kind of crazy shit. That I've witnessed it. I could share, but that man wants to hear that. Y'all like to hear the bullshit, or you want to hear about R. Kelly. So that's what we're gonna talk about. I'm getting there. So anyway, and Shina, I heard, with Shina, you probably one of the worst bitches around here when it comes to people. I'm about to even take you off the people category. You run around, start shit every goddamn where you go. And you get off on it because nobody would really want to fuck with you if they know what type of maniacal, menacing, malicious, malevolent bitch you are. Bitch, I ain't come over there to goddamn address you or nothing about you. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking, I ain't gonna call you a monkey. You are a hard shelled back ass lizard. You one of the motherfuckers that throw their head in the sky and try to snatch all the butterflies from flying around and shit in the motherfucking nature. That's what you are. And you talking about, I'm trying to put myself in shit. Bitch, I don't do no shit like that. Just from the nature of being a person that's in the middle, fucking with two different people and fucking with fucked up ass motherfuckers in general, your ass be put in shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Tell me, I'm jealous of you. Jealous? What are you crazy? When I tell you, I'm trying to tell you, it's an issue with these goddamn Social Security ass sisters around this motherfucker. How the hell somebody's jealous of your motherfucking ass when who jealous of a motherfucker that touchy feely on youngsters and shit like that, girls and shit like that, Chester molester? Who the fuck is jealous of that? Who the fuck is jealous of when they put contacts in their motherfucking eyes? Their eyes look fucked up and tiny and tight and cross-eyed. Who the fuck is jealous of that? And you had a nerve to call somebody old. And you know, you motherfuckers that have a nerve to call people old around, you look older than our motherfucking mammy if all of them was alive. Are you crazy? You should never tell nobody. You motherfuckers that like to brag about, I'm young. I'm 40 this. Bitch, I wouldn't tell nobody that. You look like you goddamn 140 something. Because you've been motherfucking ran over and ran through and hit with a motherfucking dumpster motherfucking truck. The same motherfucker that's coming to empty out your motherfucking goddamn matching trash can ass. Bitch. Come on, stay in my motherfucking lane. Yes, my lane is pretty damn good. It is a toll lane. Okay? Your motherfucking lane is the motherfucking one that's on the way to the motherfucking goddamn cemetery for trash. Bitch. Shut the fuck up. How about always when you just want somebody to address your motherfucking ass so somebody can come over there and listen to your motherfucking crazy ass. Still ain't gonna have nobody listen to your motherfucking ass. Everybody's still gonna be thumbing your shit down. Nobody's gonna come in that motherfucking chat. Not how you want to. You gonna beg, plead, cry, and all that motherfucking bullshit. That's the game around here with these motherfuckers. You use people's names to get somebody over there. Put it in the type. Put it in the shit. Say it a whole bunch of times. I done had more lives done. I done had lives done about my motherfucking ass as a sub. The fuck? Whole entire lives. Like, what the hell is going on? I got more surviving motherfucking goddamn fucking episodes than R. Kelly. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Man, want to give a fuck about that shit you talking about, girl? You ain't nothing but a low-bellied motherfucking caterpillar. That's what you are. How to give a fuck about you? You got to do all this shit here to create a buzz or whatever. Because, you know, without doing all this shit, you know, nobody will come fuck with your nothing, no good motherfucking ass. You're low motherfucking class and you're just a low bitch in general. That's what a few of you motherfuckers are. But you take that out on motherfuckers that be doing this, that, and the third, whatever. Again, I'm not a bitch that have to like everything somebody do just to point out the good things that they do are doing. I enjoy seeing Hollywood give those motherfucking her updates. Gotta give her updates over there on Sylvia. Spitting fire, cussing people out sometime after dark. But always giving goddamn good information, some shit you can motherfucking live on. I enjoy that kind of shit. I enjoy Devo acting like a goddamn fool. And the people coming over there, them girls over there giving their goddamn updates. If I'm not mistaken, they were the first ones giving the goddamn courthouse updates. If I'm not mistaken. And I'm not talking about in the world, because I'm not like who was first, who this, that, and the third. Listen, for all you motherfuckers who was first, who did it better, who was first, who had the exclusive, who it's all about who did it better. That's what the only goddamn thing that matters. Who did it better? If you want to get into that kind of competition. So I would suggest you just leave that alone. And just do it. But these motherfuckers around here, a lot of these people that started out with their channels around the same time, whatever they do, they are performing. If you're looking at numbers, if you want to tell the truth. So all you motherfuckers around here starting shit, acting, I got to start, I got to grow my channel. But please don't listen to me. Motherfuckers ain't over here no. All that motherfucking crying and shit like that, you motherfuckers are obsolete. These goddamn people doing the goddamn thing. Hell. Shit, you need a motherfucking dose of this goddamn reality talk. Sick of you motherfuckers. Doing every goddamn thing for the tube. The fuck? How about doing every motherfucking thing about being positive in life in general? Do you know that if you had that mindset, that would encompass the YouTube on your way? You are encompassed. You're including YouTube. You're including a whole bunch of shit. How about that? How about that? I don't get it. And yet you motherfuckers will sit up here and believe some shit that don't even make no goddamn sense. I'm jealous of. Jealous of what? A bunch of Ragged Ann and Andy motherfuckers? Are you serious? How? Give me an example. Because the last time I motherfucking checked, I ain't never, ever, goddamn it, had to copy a motherfucker, do whatever motherfucker, like watch every move a bitch you make. I don't even know what the fucking moves you be making. Cause I be somewhere making my own moves. I ain't got shit to do with goddamn YouTube. I be somewhere making moves that will allow me to do YouTube any goddamn time I want to and not get on this bitch and beg for rent money. That's the type of moves I'm only thinking about. And definitely not to be begging back no motherfucking bullshit and got a nigga running around here in the background or whatever. What the fuck? Huh? Are you crazy? And y'all are in fucking sane. Not everybody, but just a small sample of this goddamn population down here in this fucking basement. It done went from the R. Kelly sector to the motherfucking R. Kelly basement. It's getting lower. We're gonna be in the R. Kelly grave after a while. Due to you motherfuckers. Insane. And then you got and I'm only gonna say this because that motherfucker was over there on Surviving Angie part 4 or 5 talking about, oh, he wouldn't fuck with nobody in no room. Yeah, that's what somebody said. And see, my type of thing is, here's the thing about me. I never watched that live or whatever, so people come and tell me because I know me. I'm gonna get really, really mad. I'm gonna start pushing buttons and picking up the phone and all that kind of shit before I'm ready to fuck everybody up. So I don't even get. I told you I suffer from goddamn anger issues. I've been in from people goddamn anger management twice. All right, I told you one time I was just listening to Dr. Rogers live. It was going on about that Larry and DJ shit, and my goddamn blood. I believe it was over 200 over something. I know it was real close or whatever it was, and I sent her a picture. And I'm gonna get it out. I ain't gonna lie to you. And she could confirm this. I'll get out my motherfucking phone and show you what my blood pressure was and what I said. That coupled with a whole bunch of bullshit got me on this blood pressure goddamn medicine for maintenance, for prevention. Since they say I cannot stop getting mad and controlling my goddamn anger. These are true facts. I ain't got to lie to you. But anyway, I'm sitting up here and by no way in the world am I like I said, I am out of the taking up for people business. If I can't tell the truth, I wrote in another motherfucking clause. I'll just shut the fuck up. But I heard Dana over there giving the court updates. Now, yesterday, He gave the court up. They're talking about the defense say they rest. Well, I never knew that the defense had its case in chief, right? Case in chief means the presentation of their side of the case. In order for you to rest, you got to be in the midst of giving your case in chief. I'm not making this up. Had me confused. But I really wasn't confused because, again, he was reporting that motherfucker like from somebody that wasn't really there. Then, I mean, I'm not getting to this motherfucking bullshit because I couldn't wait till Dottie come on so I can listen to what the hell is going on. Then I listened to Dottie give her update of what happened, right, in court. And here's the thing, right? I ain't got to tell you, like I said, there's a difference between a liar and somebody that tell lies. Total different. I don't have to go through all of that. Y'all know what I'm trying to say, where I'm going with it. I can listen to you and tell whether your ass was at court and if it wasn't. Anyway, so I listened to Dottie. And I was hoping she called out that fucking phone number. Because you know, you call out that motherfucking phone number. I can get that phone number and I can triangulate that motherfucker to see where it comes from, hey, and she gave out that motherfucking number that I think they were saying that's DJ Tyson's number or was DJ Tyson's number. Now, I'm going to say that number didn't come up to no DJ Tyson, Kevin Terrell, and none of that. No Texas address or none of that. That's true. Now, I got to lie. That's the honest God truth. And you know I want to fuck him up on sight. That's God. That's honest God truth. It is all the way, and it is connected to Chicago. Now, could it be connected to, you know, I got some people that could be his mom. If somebody want to give me, you know, first couple of numbers of the address or the first initial of his mom's name, I can verify that. But it didn't come up that way. But he's made a lot of enemies. And this kind of shit is fuck shit that he would do. So whatever he got coming to him, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I'm just telling you, I just had to add that little part in. Dottie is the lady that gives the updates on Sylvia's channel. I'm just looking at the screen. So yeah. That's 100% the truth. I can tell you who the carrier was of the phone if you. I mean, hey, I'm telling you, it's just true. That's it. So with that, let me get to what I want to talk about. So shout out to the R. Kelly discussion group that Keller and a whole bunch of. I mean, Keller. I know Keller is like I guess one of the administrators of it, whatever. Shout out to them because apparently somebody knows that, you know, I got to have the facts. That's the only way I can operate is with the facts, right? And they sent me a video saying that they found the video, the tapes and shit. So shout out. So it doesn't say like the child pornography tapes or whatever. It said, you know, there's some visual depictions, right? Which is what they were talking about, some physical abuse, some, a video that was sexually in nature, what have you, right? So what has happened, right? The prosecutors have that evidence coming in, what is called, and I spoke about this probably lives that were done like maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe, and it's called extrinsic evidence, right? Which means that this is evidence that's entered in after the testimony of somebody, right? After testimony of a witness or what have you. Intrinsic means that's evidence entered in while a person is giving their testimony. So this was extrinsic evidence, right? And they're putting it in. So the prosecution strategy to set up their case was hit them hard in the beginning, give them a lot of information, a lot of some of the experts or whatever they have, whatever in the middle, and go out with a bam. But it I don't think it was a last minute ad. I'm not sure. I have to look at the motions of in limited to figure that out. But I don't know if they even had that, if they wanted to end that way or what have you. But she allowed it in. It came in as extrinsic evidence. So that, that's totally fair. It's admissible. It's admissible. So, what can you say? It is what it is. What the fuck is going on? Name's Cash App. Lisa, who are you talking about? Tyrole's Oko no legs. Who the fuck you talking about? I just looked at the screen. Who the fuck is? What is y'all talking about? Right. I don't know what the fuck that's about. But anyway, I'm about to stun that shit. But so that's fair game. Another thing you want to look at is that it's going to be, we're going to talk about, and these are some of the things we're going to talk about. I'm going to like I said, I'm doing preparing a case checklist. Another thing we need to look at, and if you are against R. Kelly, this is something you may want to look at. You want to look at, and I know we've been talking about doing this, but I want to get it out before Monday starts. So the tapes are in, so we don't have to argue about no tapes no more. Look for no tapes or what have you. It may not have been that explosive, and that explosive meaning child pornography, but it shows, it gave a lot of foot into the prosecution's case, what they alleged, what the prosecution alleged. It pretty much gave cemented it, for me or whatever. But we're gonna go down. We're gonna go look at the case checklist, whatever. So be prepared to spend some time. I mean, I don't give a damn who's gonna be in here. We're gonna go through it, right? But what I'm saying is, if you are anti-care, you may need to know why this first case is so important. This first trial, right? Because something that's called aggregate sentencing, right? Meaning he has cases in what 3 or 4 jurisdictions, and you need to know. So this is all gonna tie in together. So it's so funny that, and let me make y'all laugh real quick. So I talked to Robert Keller, right? He done called me when the goddamn motion came out limited. When woke me up. Then he called me back later on to talk about the goddamn motion unlimited, right? And it was so funny. I hadn't read it or did anything on it. Actually, I was listening to Diva read, and I wasn't even, I don't know how far she had gotten down. He called, right? When I put it on pause. So he was like, well, what you think? And this, that, and the third. This, well, you know how he do, right? And so we were talking about, some things, what have you. And he was thinking like, well, what about if the women perjured themselves and all of that, as far as what they said, they didn't see R. Kelly with young women and this, that, and the third, whatever. And so I was explaining how the prosecutor could remedy that, right? To make sure they stipulate that there was no perjury involved in that testimony. And he was like, damn, that's what they said or whatever. So he did give me my props. And I gave him his props too for, no whatever we was knowing on the conversation. If wherever he is or whatever he comes back, I can we'll solidify what the hell, you know. It was so funny, whatever, because I mean, I was just saying, of course, how we do, just saying what how it should go and what could be included, this and third. And he was like, yeah, I was like, that's just how it goes and the understanding. And we were, so I did go back and look at that that res, that response of the motion limited that the prosecution put in, and rebuttal or whatever. And the prosecution did take care of what they need to take care in the first paragraph as well as the last paragraph. Can't remember exactly, but they put in there what I had told him that needed to be in there. And when I went back and looked with him on the phone, it was there. I was looking through the body of it. I didn't see it. And I went to the first paragraph and I said, damn, they knocked it out in the first paragraph and knocked it out in the last paragraph. Killer can confirm what I was talking about. Right here, I'm just giving y'all like a little briefing and somewhat a recap of what's my take on this shit or whatever. But and shout out to all these people that be hitting me up and leaving messages and texting me whatever, telling me, oh, we got, come back and do this and go. I'm not going nowhere with it. I will tell you if I'm going somewhere, permanently anyway, or my intentions or whatever. But I will, always give my part of it. I mean, a lot of it, you know, everybody does a good job with reading it and detailing it or whatever. But, of course, I'll come up and do my part. But when it comes to this first trial, I'll tell you why it is real important for you to know when we do this exercise. We're gonna jump in and say we're gonna do that exercise and that jury instruction ties into that exercise to know what counts have they proved. And I told you, or to be convicted of a count, the prosecution must prove every element of that crime. So when we look at this first trial, it's very important because he has other cases out, right? And this is called, what I'm going to talk about actually, it's called aggregated sentences, right? I mean, he has multiple possible, right? If, just say, so let me tell you how this works, right? So, you got 2 federal cases out there. Now, if he gets convicted on one federal case, The second federal case should run consecutively unless the court orders that it runs concurrently. So you know where I'm going with this. Just say if he gets convicted of, found guilty of, I don't know, let's say, I don't know how many counts is in there, 10 counts, right? He has 10 counts. He gets convicted of 5 of them. 5 of them carry, each one of them carry what? Just say that would be, the minimum would be 5 years. His second case comes up, which would be the federal case, I guess. If he only gets 5 years on this first case, just say he might get 5 years. Plea deals are never off the table. Okay. He pled to the second one. Who knows what the prosecutor may be motivated to do? Because these cases run on budgets and stuff like that, whatever. If they, and this is, I'm not saying that this is going to happen. I'm saying it can happen. If the judge doesn't sentence, so the minimum for, if he gets convicted of all counts on this one, I think the minimum is 10 years. If the judge, and the judge can always sentence outside of the guidelines, right? They can sentence with the upward departure. In the case when you heard the guy say he got a letter or what have you, he's talking about a 5K letter, which is known as a downward departure. The judge can sentence outside the guidelines. She could do an upward departure. She can also do a downward departure. Who knows? Just know that the defense apparently has a relationship with the judge. I'm just saying. If that case, that second case, if he wants to deal with that, whatever, who's to say what a plea would be? Then you have the state case. The state is going to fall in line. 9 out of 10 times. Well, I ain't going to say that. That's Cook County. But they may be okay with also taking a plea deal. So that's what I'm saying. So you gotta look at, did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the crime in each one of those counts? And if not, what are you looking at? Also, you got to take in effect that he has been down since what it was July the 11th of 2019. This is almost 2022. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I'll go drop this link. I'm just telling you. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not grabbing it from the slice, between the slices of my ass. I'm giving you the information. I'm dropping the link. Yeah, but I am behind on some of the messages. Not apparently not the ones that people are texting me or whatever. I'm not behind those, but the ones on YouTube, I am behind those messages. So I will get to them But hell, I be shit. I be hella busy. Hella busy. But yeah, make sure. And let's get to those transcript things, right? People have invoices of how much the transcripts cost. Every transcript isn't 300 and something dollars a day. No, it's not. It goes by pages. I think the ones from the second and third was like $211, and one was like 175 respectively. Sylvia has posted her invoice. I know Keller has invoices. I'm pretty sure Diva has invoices. They'll tell you it's per page. So nobody's hustling motherfucking transcripts. Like, it's a damn shame. We are so littered with trash around this motherfucker that everybody think everything that anybody does is suspicious. Yet y'all have collected and sent the motherfucker down there to the court to New York on your dime just to be out in the parking lot and copy somebody else's notes. Lying like a motherfucker. Anybody that sit up there and said in the first day or two that all the motherfucking people testified? Hell. Don't come accusing people of stealing money and trying to hustle transcripts and all that bullshit if you ain't got no goddamn evidence of the stuff that shit costs. It costs. And it's not a goddamn crime. So is it a crime for a motherfucker that have possession of them too? Is it a goddamn crime? What it do, Dom King? What it do? You on mute, Dom. Dom, you on mute. Can somebody tell Dom he on mute? You on mute, Dom? Oh, he done clicked off. Yeah, like, are you crazy? Like, stop listening to that bullshit. Hell, if it's a crime that have motherfucking trans to buy or whatever goddamn transcript, then of course it's gonna be a crime to have some, to have them too. Now what says you? Shit, that bullshit. Never heard and seen so much bullshit in my goddamn life. These some goddamn terrestrial motherfuckers, not human, terrestrial. God damn it. I ain't never seen, I mean, people stay in your lane as your goddamn, the slogan around these streets or whatever. Some motherfuckers need to try doing that. Or doing it with caution or whatever. Never heard no shit like this. All you motherfuckers doing anything and everything for a goddamn YouTube channel. And somebody to come over there and listen to your bullshit. But what are you going to have to talk about when this shit is over with? Huh? Yeah? Ever thought about that? What about that? Who's going to come listen to your ass then? A lot of these motherfuckers don't have that mental health in check. They got multiple goddamn personalities. You see bipolarism all around this motherfucker, whatever. I'm not talking about the like that's the issues or whatever. Because a lot of those people, are dealing with it the best way they can, and a lot of that shit is to no fault of their own. But you got some people is using that shit as a weapon around here. They ain't taking the medicine, or they ain't taking the right one. They fucking with people and all that shit, crying one day, happy the next day, whatever. And to me, all the personalities and all the ups and downsides of your mental health illness can get fucked up. So stop it. Stop all of that shit. I'm telling you, it's draining. And you can't tell people, I don't know how many times, okay, if the shit don't sound logical or legal or whatever, or makes sense, then it probably ain't true. But no, so you be forced to address some goddamn salacious, crazy ass shit. That don't make no motherfucking sense. People get in their motherfucking feeling, acting like a scorn lovers and shit like that, and lose their motherfucking mind. For what? Shit, I'm sorry. No more am I fucking with no more fucked up ass people. I don't give a fuck who like it. Oh, there go Dom King. Maybe he got his communication devices correct. Dom, you on mute. Dom, you on mute.
Yo.
You got it. What it do, bro? What it do, Dom
What
King?
it
What
do,
it do?
boss? What's poppin'?
Baby, it's wild around here.
Hey, I don't want no parts. I ain't even been watching. I've been too busy. But I know there's some shit going on. I already know.
Right.
Dom
It's
King
like,
don't want no parts of that.
right.
No, ma'am.
It's crazy. They would not stop it. They would not stop it. Over a
Right.
YouTube goddamn notoriety. A YouTube channel.
I feel
Like,
you.
do you know that shit be paying like $2 a video?
Right.
Like, what I'm gonna do with
Hey,
this?
people ain't got nothing but time though. You know?
Right. Like,
Yeah,
it's
that shit is
unbelievable.
crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I personally thought, all the little shenanigans would stop since the trial started. But hey,
Uh-uh.
people still doing what they do, you know.
Still doing it. To the
Hey,
25th power, though.
right.
And it
It is what
never,
it is.
right. It is what it is. I don't know what the hell is wrong with them, but listen, I can't, I cannot no more.
Right.
I'm
The
trying
best
to
thing
be
to do
nice.
is just stay out of it.
Right,
Or, try to if you can. That's just my
right,
opinion. But
right, exactly. And then you try that, and then next thing you know, they got Surviving Angie Part 10. Like, what the fuck?
right.
Shit.
People gonna try to do anything they can to get people's attention.
Right.
That's what people do. I mean,
And
because
it's
it is
crazy.
just YouTube, so.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
And it's like, well, why don't you? I tell you what, how you could get somebody attention. Why don't you take your ass to school and walk across the stage? That'll get a whole bunch of people's attention.
Right.
Why don't you
Hey,
do
I'm in
that?
school right now. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah.
Right. Why don't you do that? Why don't you
Do something
go
productive
exactly, exactly instead of
instead of
showing your
YouTube.
ass for $2 a fucking video when you get 1,000 subscribers?
You
Shit.
said two
Like what?
dollars. Damn,
$2.
that's fucked up.
That's
Mm.
fucked up. I'm trying to tell you, your
Hey, you gotta
soul ain't
start
worth shit
somewhere.
right now.
You gotta
Right,
start somewhere though.
right. Your soul ain't worth shit around this motherfucker here. I never, oh my God, I never
Yeah, I ain't
thought,
never seen nothing like it
never,
for
never.
sure.
And
That shit
you take
crazy.
everybody, for face value, and you think, okay, well, this person seem all right. Shit, motherfucker, no, they ain't. They fucked up. You be
This
like,
R.
damn.
Kelly sector will get you locked up, charges, all kind of shit. You
And the
know,
paperwork,
and you just
your
trying to
ass,
support. You just trying to support, or not support, whatever the case may be.
right?
You're like, damn, that shit crazy.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
man. But
It,
have you watched? Did you watch the trial today?
I saw I got a clip. Somebody sent me a video back. They found the tapes, so I watched that off the BNC. What is it? Feel like the Black People Network.
The
What is
channel,
it?
the BNC channel.
Yeah, yeah. I
That's the
saw.
channel
I
I be
saw.
watching too. They have the most
Okay.
coverage from my, at least from what my doing my research on YouTube as far as media outlets. Of course, I'm always on Sylvia's platform, and then all the other bloggers do theirs. But as far as mainstream platforms, that's really the only. I mean, Court TV does some, and I
Yeah.
think if you Google, you can see the New York Times and all that type of stuff. But as far as coverage, it's not heavily publicized. Like
Uh-uh.
it's weird. I
Not
I
at
I
all.
I, I don't know why. You know.
Not at all.
So I
Not
thought
at
that
all.
was kind of strange. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that lady in that segment I did watch that came out like 3 or 4 hours ago. She did ask like, why isn't this case being heavily, like publicized out, whatever? And the guy says pretty much because they saying like this is R. Kelly 2.0. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's like this. They've been down here and done this before, and I'm like, but that's still, you
That
know,
yeah, that still don't make sense to me.
right.
You would
It don't
think
make
that. I
sense.
mean, that it's R. Kelly and people. I mean, because a lot of people dislike him. You would think that it would be heavily publicized as far. I mean, I know that courtrooms can't go physically in the courtroom, but
Yeah.
I mean, people, some people who really dislike him want justice, in their
Right.
eyes. So, that is, and then obviously his supporters and stuff. I feel like we're the main ones watching. That's really it. Is the main, supporters of him are the ones watching it and looking for it. Most people they don't even, they're not even paying attention to it.
Right. But one thing that I was noticing, and I mean, I think like all of the the media outlets, they were giving decent coverage, whatever. But a lot of times, the defense portion got lost. Lost in the
They weren't
reporting
they weren't
sometimes.
giving anything. Yeah, they weren't
Right.
saying anything on the defense end. I've seen probably two times where a couple people were just being unbiased. I'm like, I
Right.
just don't think that that's fair for anyone. If it's R.
Right.
Kelly, if it's me, you, whoever, I think they should
Hmm.
be covering both sides. At least say, okay, well, this is what the defense raised, this is what the prosecution
Right.
raised, and then just be unbiased as much as you can. I mean, we're human. You probably might lean towards one way or the other, but I do think it's fair to the man's not convicted. You have to leave feelings out and just do your job and do the what I mean. You can't try to implement that, in my personal opinion.
Right. And I think a lot of it wasn't so much of the reporters or whatever being biased or whatever. I just think that, they probably wasn't, it's something probably subconscious, like when it got to the defense part of it, to
Hmm.
the cross or whatever, they just checked out or maybe came outside to report with the prosecution, and they're not even
Right,
realizing that you need to stay there to hear it, because how we put it together over here, we need the goddamn, I needed the defense part because I need to know the
right,
damn strategy. I need to figure that out.
exactly,
And if I'm only
exactly.
hearing
You
the
need
prosecution part, okay, how am I gonna figure out the strategy? I didn't know what the fuck
right,
is they gonna do, you know. So, and to put it together, to to make it, to make sense of, as they say, whatever. But so, and I think they would just, when they get the prosecution part, they hear all this stuff that they're going to lay out, they go right out and report it, not realizing, hey, this man, hey, the defense got to come on up there, and do their part too. So I don't know what was going on with that, but and then when the final result, you get like something that's so one sided. All you hear is
Right.
and we already
I
know what the
agree.
prosecution case is because we read the indictment, so we know what they're going. You know what I'm saying? What they're gonna lay out, what they're gonna try to, what they've alleged, what they're gonna try to prove, and all of that. You need to know
Right.
what is the defense to all of this and who is, and that's and how we gonna tell is who was doing the, who was doing their job in court. Let's say they're not. I don't want to really say who's winning. Well, I can say who's winning, but who's really, doing their job? Is the defense countering what the prosecution is alleging, right? So,
Right. And how they're attacking, how they're basically attacking what the prosecution is doing.
right, right,
So I think
and the
that's
first,
you're right on that. Yeah.
yeah, and the first step up is how they gonna attack that evidence that the prosecution, alleges exists. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
you know, all of that. And like I tell everybody, testimony is evidence. So that, yeah, they don't have to always be something direct. It could be, most of the cases going to be circumstantial anyway. So we need to know, how is the defense going to, counter what those people say on the stand. So, and a lot of it, the predictions, have come true. I predicted that he was going to have to age some of those people that um claimed they were minors, right? And he did that by saying, "But did this happen like a year or so after you said this happened, or just that and the third, whatever?" He tried that. It's all kind of little things, whatever. I was like, okay, we're just going down the checklist. So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
so we just have to know. We
Yeah.
have to know. That's the only way, that people can get it. I said that this wasn't like a slam dunk, and it's not. I'm not just saying that because you're up there. I've said that when it was all anti R. Kelly people. It's not a slam dunk, people. It's not.
Right. It's really not. I mean, you have to there's one video where I saw recently. It was actually tonight, and it was the former I guess he was involved. He wasn't R. Kelly's attorney per se, but he was,
Yeah,
I guess, a part of the team rather. And he for the 2008 trial. And there's a video. I can't remember if it was Court TV or the BNC. It was one of those.
yeah.
Came
It was a
out a
BNC.
couple. BNC. Okay, yeah, I did
Yeah,
see that, and that might have been the video you're talking about. But he was just
right,
saying, it's. I mean, it's not really, like you said, it's not a slam dunk. I mean, it's they still have to, present, finish it off, and then the defense has to do their side, and then closing statements and whatnot. So I don't think it's sealed, and that's why I was asking people in the chat, like, what is their take? Like, I
mm,
like to see all parties' opinion. Like if you think it's who do you think is winning? What do you think the outcome would be if you are the juror
right,
today? What would you vote? You know?
right,
Um and Kayla, she was saying, it's 50-50. Or she couldn't really say,
wow,
because obviously because the defense hasn't presented their side, their witnesses rather,
right,
obviously because it's it's the prosecution side to, prove what happened or whatever, and then defense will bring their witnesses to obviously dispute
right,
that, whatever. So yeah, that was interesting. Um but yeah, so today I guess they had was good, Mocha. I guess they had the tapes. I just wanted to come on here real quick, regarding those,
mm,
um, because I'm just confused because people are, obviously they're saying that he sexually abused these minors and whatnot, whatever. But from my understanding, the tape that they had brought forth was him, I guess, in an argument, yelling at two of the women. I guess they stole one of them, stole something like that along those lines, and so he was, cussing them out. And me personally, that's not. I've gotten to arguments with my exes. You know what I mean? So I
mm,
just everyone has any type of relationship you're in, you've gotten in arguments, whatever. And that's not what he's charged with. So from my understanding, there was no sexual um abuse. I know they said that he was when he got mad that he allegedly would force them to have sex with his friends and stuff, but actually that what was
Mm.
on the tape from what I've gathered was that it was because they stole from him.
Oh, okay, okay. That tape, that is that the tape or was it it was a recording, I
I
believe.
think it was an audio, or no, I think it
Yeah,
was an
yeah,
actual recording. But I guess they said that if the jurors wanted to, if they didn't want to physically see it, they would be handed out. I think they were all handed out the transcript or like transcripts of the audio, and then they could
right.
just listen to the audio if they chose to. Um, but I think it was video. I'm not too sure. I think that was a video. And they said that I guess he was saying, I'll come to Florida. He's like, you better not steal from me ever again. I'll come to Florida and fuck you up or something, something along those lines. But I'm like, I mean, when you're mad, think about it. If you were so mad right now because I stole from you, you would be saying anything to me. You feel what I'm saying? And that
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna drive all the way to California and blow me up. You're just, what I mean? You're just mad as hell at that particular moment. So I don't know, but that's just what I gathered from that.
See, now with that particular evidence, and here's the way that you could think about it. You when there is like a evidence that's in that nature, right? And again, testimony is evidence. So you have evidence that in that nature, and you have like different. They showing you different pieces of it and whatever. It's all to show a predatory nature. It's all to show
Well,
like
yeah,
this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So they're probably using that, and if there was some type of sex in it, and I don't know if he's saying if they're saying that he made on that particular audio, whatever he made her have sex with somebody, whatever that could be talking about the sexual abuse portion of it. It's always something that's a sex that's not consensual, right? So, but because that is in the uncharged portion of it, right? They're not alleging. They're showing pretty much talking about his character trait, right? They're talking
right,
about, they're just giving you a picture. You could say maybe a reason why that kind of evidence has to be checked for, bias or prejudicial to the jury because it could be, and that's why pretty much that type of evidence has to be, really scrutinized, whatever, and you always see some kind of opposition to it. But they are saying like this is speaking more to his character, whatever, which should tell a jury that, all right, do you see this? So it's reasonable to think that he committed the crimes and where he is alleged to have committed sexual abuse. If you understand what I'm saying, it's like a buildup, you know.
right. I
Yeah.
see your
So
point, but
yeah,
I'm just. Do you see what I'm trying to say though? Like
yeah.
I'm
Oh,
just
I definitely see
confused
what you're
as
saying. Yeah,
to where I can see what you're saying. It's the cumulative, but I'm
yeah,
still just
exactly.
like like they're saying that he recorded, having sex, and I didn't see that though. Like I didn't gather that part. That's why I'm just kind of
Right.
confused. You know what I mean?
Well, right. Well, well, the tapes that would have been to me a bigger bombshell is the tapes with the child pornography.
But see, that's what
What
I'm
I was
saying
told.
though. They're saying all this time that he records underage minors and this, that, and third, but it's like then you bring this recording of him yelling because these women allegedly stole from him, and it's like, and it's not just like, okay, now if they would have even said something like, this is him yelling at them and he's going off for no reason, or he did he literally states that you stole from me. So it's like clearly he's mad. I mean, he's not just out the blue. It's like, oh, I'm upset with you. Like he's
Mm,
mad for that particular reason. You feel what I'm saying? Or even if they
right,
said they didn't please him sexually the right way or whatever, that they've been saying, it's like he's mad because they stole. And it's like anybody will be mad if they got. I'm not making excuses for nobody, nothing like that. I'm
Right.
just saying what happened today. What from what I gather, I think that's
Yeah.
that's interesting. So
And with that particular, now, and here's the where the defense will have some wiggle room to, challenge that, and point that in a different direction, which is, one, and what you're saying is one direction they can point that in and give the excuse for why that happened. That's why I kept drilling into people that with this trial, their strategy is going to be the excuse defense, which is a exculpatory defense, falls upon a line of justification defenses. But they're gonna, he has more of a wiggle room to challenge that. But if it was child pornography, his wiggle room is, is very, very, really, really low. You know what I'm saying? So,
right,
what I'm saying. So in one way that he can do, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him speak to that, as to say, well, well, this is what happened. And, if some, this is just like a argument that got heated. It got, and then you have, and I don't know, I think it's a recording, no video, right? Then you have
hmm
the voices. Now you don't have video, you have voices. So his wiggle room has increased a little bit, so he can work with that. You
right,
understand what I'm saying? You got a
right.
voice.
I see what you're
You got
saying.
yeah, you got an angry voice. You don't really, you have to. I mean, recording would is the type of evidence that makes the jury have to, put in their minds. Okay, well, make logic in their minds because they can't see it. But then you have maybe a little something in the jury instructions, kind of telling the jury maybe not to rely on what you put in your mind as logic. If you follow what I'm saying. So
hmm
you got a kind of a struggle. Now you got a struggle at the jury box. But that ain't my case.
right.
But I'm just telling you, you know what I'm saying? Now you got
I see.
a
Yeah,
jury,
I see what you're saying.
you got a jury saying, well, should we follow the instructions or not? And maybe, you know, base what we're hearing and what we're seeing and whatever, on a measure that is fair? Or should we rely on what we think is going on in this situation that we cannot see? Two different things there.
Right.
Two different things. Yeah. So
Well,
he has some wiggle room.
right. So, Mocha, I think what you're referring to was when the guy was like, the employee guy said something like, "I heard a licking sound, licking," and I'm like, what else would someone be licking? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't see how that's
Ooh, they
physically
said
assault,
all
but
that.
I don't know.
Ooh, Lord.
Yeah, that's what someone
Jesus.
said. I don't know. Um, I'm just catching up. I've been late for I haven't watched like the last week and a half, but
Right.
I pop in and out, but um that was just what caught my eye, and then I also thought it was just I don't know. It's just a lot. But um then you had the employee guy saying that he was controlling and all this stuff, and then at court he wanted to address R. Kelly, and he was like trying to be hostile and whatever towards R. Kelly. But I'm like, dude, you work there. I mean, it's you should have left. If you didn't like it, you should have left. If it was controlling environment or whatever. At this point, we know R. Kelly is controlling. I mean, and I'm pretty sure anybody and I'm not I'm not saying what's right or wrong or whatever, but
Mhm.
some people are controlling, and they have that issue, but that's also not a crime though. So I
Right.
don't know. I think they're kind of just trying to mix up a lot of things, but then again, who knows? You know,
Right.
um, then I think they said something about that he had cameras all over his studio. I'm like, but that's pretty standard though. They're like
Correct.
bringing up weird points. It's just weird to
Right.
me.
Right. Because they're always trying to, paint a picture, and is as bad as it could be without being, prejudicial, right? Trying to paint the worst picture possible, And but if the facts are really, really bad, then they're gonna have to lay it out like it's really, really bad. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
therefore, that's when they start trying to jerry pick like what evidence to put on because again, if the this shit can be, thrown up in an appeal, like something that was prejudicial or whatever to the jury and stuff like that. So it's a lot, it's not cut and dry. It's never those guys out. That's why I never, go to criticizing the damn attorney unless it's something like really, really fucked up or whatever. But because that is a hard, hard job, and you are doing this in real time, although you get an idea of how the defense is going to come, or whatever,
Right.
you doing this in real time, and he got to think on his feet because you never know, you just never, never, never know. So I'm just, but when you got recordings and stuff like that, you want people to infer what happened instead of looking at what actually happened. That's tricky. So
Right.
and and
Hmm.
the yeah, and the prosecutor's going to try to paint a, try to steer them in the direction they want them to be. That it was a terrible time. It was menacing. It was controlling. It was manipulating. It was frightening. It was physical abuse. It was everything bad. But the defense is going to paint something. You know, it's going to be. They could probably say, make it see that it sounds bad, but it's not as bad as the prosecution is saying.
Right. Because
That could be
obviously you stayed and you continued to come back. I mean,
right.
you
Right,
know,
the smart Dom
that's my
Kane.
thing.
Right, the smart Dom Kane. So that plays into what I was getting ready to say. You kept coming back, so it couldn't have been that bad. It was bad, and by when the defense is conceding that well, it was bad in the jury's mind, you're looking more truthful. Well, he did admit to something. See what I'm saying? See how the trick works? It's a trick, you
Right.
know. So
Right.
it's like, well, he did
Mocha,
it. Well,
no, no, Mocha, don't do that. Don't do that. I like me personally, I like to see, I'm not gonna even get into that, but I like to see both sides, the evidence. I like to see all that.
right.
You feel me? But um
Yeah, that's
yeah, it is just interesting to see like some of the like how it plays out, because a lot of these people, it really does seem like, I mean, you have to even say, even if you don't like him, and it does seem like a lot of these people do just, I guess, for whatever reason, they don't like him, and probably because he was controlling. um and see, my thing is this: it would be easier for me to believe someone. This is just me personally, and people probably get mad, whatever it is. It would be easier for me to believe someone had, when the abuse happened, they left and they got criminal charges but never received the payout, any of that. I would be like, wow, like I can believe you, because you're not out here for money. You're not out here for book deals and all that. It would be a lot easier for me to believe. But if you went back 12 times, you knowingly, admittingly said that you lied, like it's just, you stole, like it's just all these different things, And I've even said this earlier, like with the notes and stuff. I do believe he did make some of them write some of the notes, but some of the notes, I'm like, really? Like, why would someone even make you write that particular note? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So, but he probably did make him write some notes, and I've always said I think his circle around him has been sketchy to me. And if I was around him, things like that would never happen. I wouldn't be keeping, notes and text messages, and I wouldn't be keeping none of that type of stuff. And I'm not saying any of that is true or nothing like that. I'm not. But I'm just saying, like, it's just weird. Some stuff, it just doesn't add up to me. When I'm like listening to the testimonies and the evidence stuff, I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. And I know some of y'all feel that same way. I'm just that's just me.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, I thought that the defense could have probably slid that in and probably said, you know what, this stuff, why? I mean, this stuff is unbelievable, and when would he have time to do all this third and all that or whatever? But the in that last motion, that last piece of paper that the prosecutor put out, they thought about all of that. They were saying, they put in there that, you know, just in case, I don't know if the defense has or not, has said, well, when did R. Kelly have time to do all this? Maybe they'll do it in their case in chief, but they're saying, if they say, well, when did he have time to do this, that, and the third? Prosecutor would put in the last paperwork that the even while the people were what it was the people that was working in the studio were there, whatever, R. Kelly carried out a whole bunch of acts. But here's the problem that he had. If this was something that happened over a 5 year span and maybe even three people came about, yeah, okay, you could probably okay. But you're talking about like 30 years. And you're talking about 20 people that they brought forth, that they brought forth, and then you got people, and those are 20 um witness victim witnesses that they have, but then you have the people that fill out the associated in fact RICO, so the managers and all those people, you have them in there, then which are witnesses as well. Now it looks like I don't know what happened, but something did happen because on the outside of on the end result of all of that is the evidence that something did happen. It might not have been exactly how they said it happened.
Right.
Something
And so
did happen, so
okay, so I'm just reading some of this chat. And was it adult in most situation? And he okay, so rocking with the truth. I'm gonna just start there, right? She said, can we also keep in mind that R. Kelly was the adult in most situations and he has to take some responsibility and or accountability for his actions. My thing about that is the parents knew, and it's one thing if they don't know, okay, and they're not agreeing with it and they're trying to criminally press charges on this man when they find out this and the third. These type of parents, it doesn't matter if they did not sign a note directly to here R. Kelly, here you go, but it's one on R. Kelly's team, then the parents are texting him, okay, acting like this one of the alleged Jane Doe, whatever Jane Doe, and then you take them there to the hotel doing whatever, who knows what, I don't know, but and then you want to be hired on his staff, and then you want to be his light guy. I mean, things like that. It's like, if for you guys, I understand you guys think that he's guilty, regarding that, but if that's the case, then you guys need to also say that the parents need to be held responsible for child endangerment or whatever the case, because that's only fair. You can't, if the parents knowingly know about this, that tells me that they're okay with it. So you can't just hold him responsible, but not them, because they're both adults. The parents are adults. R. Kelly is an adult. I think that's only fair.
well, here's the problem
It
with
can't
that,
just be
Don.
one way. You feel me?
Right, right. But here's the problem with that. It when like what a lot of us have been saying is like when you say, the parent knew whatever, this, that, and the third, you're actually saying that a crime happened against a minor.
No, 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 no.
Another
That's not
thing,
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
mhm,
saying that, like, for example, Rocking with the Truth thinks he did these type of things. So I'm talking from her mindset, okay, or
mhm.
his, whoever rocking her, him, whatever. I'm talking from that perspective. If you think he's guilty, right, then I think you should think the parents are guilty as well, and they should be held responsible for child endangerment. I mean, that's or whatever the charge would be, because that's only fair. I can't
Well,
just,
yeah. Well, the
you know?
other part of that. I get what you're saying, but the other part of that is when you say that the parents knew, it's like, okay, what did they know? Did they know that about alleged
Y'all not
sexual
about to get
physical?
me. Y'all not about to get me. No, no.
No,
Y'all not
no, no.
about to
I'm just saying.
play
I'm just
me.
asking a question.
I know
I'm
what
just
y'all
not.
trying to do. But
No, not
whatever I'm
me.
saying, yeah, no, I
I
not
get
you.
what you're
But
saying.
if you guys think he was sleeping with someone who was 17 or under the age of 18, and the parents knowingly knew this, then if you guys think he was doing that, then you need to hold the parents accountable as well. It's only fair.
You absolutely right.
It's only
You
fair.
absolutely right. And
I'm
if
sorry.
and if the parents did know and agreed
Okay,
to it
okay.
by proxy, then or by just letting them return over and over again, then yeah, they should and would be held responsible. What I was saying is that, but the prosecution should have, I don't know if they did, but they should have also kind of jumped out in front of that, because I know a lot, probably juries that have the same questions. Like, what exactly did they know? Did they know about alleged sexual, physical, and mental abuse? Because you can let your child go with other people, other adults, and have a reasonable expectation
Okay,
that they
let
will
me ask
not
you this. Let me ask you
be
this. Let me
abused.
ask you this, Angie.
Yeah.
Your 17-year-old daughter who's, turning 18 in a couple months, right? That's you're grown, damn near grown. Okay.
Mhm.
And would you, who's she chasing a career, this, that, and the third, right? Would you
Mhm.
be willingly, knowingly take them there? You know, sign a note over, not chaperone them, take them to, whatever, and to not only I understand what you're saying that it's an adult,
Yeah.
this, that, and the third, but even okay, people think this man has been doing all this crazy stuff, right?
Right.
Would you ever allow your child to be around not only him, any adult that you don't know, whether it's R. Kelly, whether it's Michael, whether it's me, whether it's, whoever? Would you just allow your 17-year-old child to come with me?
No. But we all
Okay,
parent different,
that's
and
my
I'm
point. And you don't
very,
even
yeah.
know
We
me.
all parent different.
That's my
Yeah.
point. And so
Yeah.
it doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't matter if it's Michael Jackson, R. Kelly, LeBron James. You don't know this person at the end of the day. So why are you? I'm confused. You know,
Right.
and that also does not give someone the right to do anything. But at the same time, uh, you're allowing, you're okay with, you know what I mean? You turn this 18 in a couple months, and that's legal. 17 is legal. So I'm confused, and you know where she was for all these years, and then you want to come out once a documentary comes out, and then now it's all hell breaks loose because he doesn't want to give you money or whatever the case is. I have a problem with that. Like, you can't. I'm not with that. That's not fair to him.
Right. And
You know.
and I definitely get your point, whatever. And like I said, we all parent together. I damn sure wouldn't have done it. Those parents. Um, hell. I mean, my child just turned 29. And I in hell and shit. I sent the goddamn agent after her ass last year. You could, after she wouldn't return my call or my goddamn text message in 5 hours. I sent somebody to go find her ass. I found her goddamn
That's
location.
my point.
Yeah, I
That's my
mean,
point.
but with the
No
law,
parent is gonna
yeah,
not know where they're under 18, even grown. They're not gonna not know where their child is longer than probably 4 or 5 hours. They're gonna be like, where are you at? I mean,
but
when you're out of school, you're supposed to be in school from 8 to 2 or 8 to 3, whatever. And after that, I know where you're at. I know where this, that, and the third. I know all that. And if you're missing 2 days in a row, then the truancy office should be calling my phone saying, where is your child at? That's
right,
just a fact. I don't know how it works in other states. California, they're calling you. And actually the parents can be charged for whatever the charge would be, but not knowing where your child is. And Lil Red, that's actually different. about the Nassar, the doctor who was molesting these young gymnasts. The parents did not know. The parents did not know about this. So that's not that's different.
Yeah, but that's the question that I was posing to you. Like, suppose these parents didn't know what was actually going on, because see, the law will stipulate
Really,
that.
Angie? You really
Well, I
think
mean, I'm just
I'm
saying.
talking about
I mean, but the
the
law,
charged ones, the ones that are charged on there, right? I'm talking about. I don't talk about the Jane Doe 7 to 20. I'm not talking about. I'm
yeah,
talking about the ones that are actually in this
that's actually
case.
being charged. Yeah,
Which, I mean, which parents? That's just what I'm trying to figure out.
yeah. But the law will substantiate that no minor is supposed to be abused that way. This
Right.
is the law.
Of course.
Regardless if they're in somebody else's custody or not. If it was just a chance meeting. So that's where, I mean, but I get it. I get it. We all parent different. I mean, like my daughter was involved in AAU for 8 years. And some of
Mhm.
those parents, I had never even seen their faces. They didn't go to the games. Or they hell, half of them didn't even drop them off. You had to go, and somebody had to go pick them up. They didn't give a
Right.
damn. They know who I. They never met me. They never met the coach. Most of the coaching staff, well, half of them was male. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They didn't know nothing. Where
But
they
see,
were,
also too,
yeah,
you also got to think too, and this is what I had the argument with someone else too. They're like, "Well, would you let your coach go? Have you been on a field trip?" That's different. A teacher is literally, that's their job is to be around, you know, kids all day and all this, that, and the third, whatever, whatever. They're actually have to be clear of like all this type of stuff. And R. Kelly's clear for all that. He's never been charged, or he's never been convicted of anything. But what I'm saying is that they're teachers, and you feel what I'm trying to say, like they're clear, and some teachers do actually get in trouble for inappropriate relationships and stuff like that with
right.
kids, with high schoolers and young and whatever, but they're actually that I mean they're teachers though.
Well,
I
they're
mean this.
supposed to hold, stick to a moral code of conduct, and
Of
you know,
course.
but they don't all the way. They don't always. Just like some, and you think about it, before you attach a title to somebody, whether it be teacher, AAU coach, R&B star, whatever, they're still human. Before all of that. So it's
I'm
no
sorry.
telling. Yeah,
I'm not taking my 17-year-old daughter who just wanted to commit suicide talking about to a man's contract talking about some one will go to my room of fun when that's all he talks about. So why are you even
yeah.
trying to? And they didn't buy a fourth row, fifth row seat. They bought front row seats. Why are you doing that? I'm confused. Why would you could have bought fifth row seats, sixth row, seventh, nosebleeds? You decided to buy front row seats. What's your motive? It's just a lot of these people have motive.
I
I'm
get you.
telling you, it's just it's tough for me to believe that type of thing. If you just went, you allegedly you got abused, you went to the law, got criminal charges, boom, that's it. The what's the dude's name? The white guy who committed suicide. I can't think of his name right now. But
That's Epstein.
Epstein, right? So
Yeah.
he was, allegedly abusing, well, he was, whatever, the little young girls or whatever. And they went in to the law, to criminally press charges on him.
Right.
Now they're getting like all the money and all that because he's dead and he has all this money or whatever. But when it happened, they weren't even talking about no money. They were going for criminal charges. Like, boom, you did this to me, and I want you prosecuted. So that's why it's like, you know what I mean? It's just it's too much shadiness going on for me.
Right. Well, I mean, but here's the thing, right? You would have to say that when they took her to that concert, her parents had a reasonable expectation that their child was going to become sexual, active, or however, whatever the allegations are with RSK. And you can't even, unless there's some kind of evidence out there, you can't even prove that. So you can't, hold them responsible. Only thing you can get them for is having maybe poor judgment, making some bad choices. And uh, that's not a law. That's not against the law unless it results in a crime that the parent committed. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
This, so, and like I'm saying, a lot of with the law goes back to, the mindset. Well, just about everything in law goes to the mindset because speaks of intent and all those other things. But yeah, that's how that works. So, but I trust me, I wholeheartedly get it because there are people that are anti R. Kelly supporters that are looking at the parents like, what the hell were you thinking about? You know.
Right.
So I mean, I don't give a damn about
Yeah.
no compare or none of that. No
Yeah.
come up,
I
none of
just
that.
know. I just know. I don't have children, but when I do, I know for a fact. I don't care who you are. I'm not
Right.
allowing you to just be. I'll be there right with you, chaperoning you through the way. And if for example, if these parents are saying, for example, for let's say you're a singer, and I really want my kid to get to stardom and whatever, whatever, and you're like, oh well, you got to come on tour with me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say, okay, well, okay, let me see if I can get off from work and take these couple weeks off or whatever, and let's rock. And let's say you say, unfortunately, no. Now I'm saying, no, you're not going. That's what you do as a parent. I don't care who the person is. And I'm not saying that's what R. Kelly did, because that's not what he did.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I would not. The parent, at some point, the parents do come in. Like, no one, people in the chat who have kids or children or whatever, they're not gonna not know where their kid is longer than a couple hours, an hour, whatever, outside of the school,
Right.
being in school. They're not just not gonna know that. So I don't get it. It's like, some people think that he's guilty, and but they're not holding the parents accountable. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel.
Moga has a good statement. It said, Don, what job lets you off for months? Which is a good question.
She
So
said
at
what?
that point, she said, what job lets you off for months?
Well, I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying, for example, for a couple weeks, if I really believe in my child's career, I would take off a couple weeks, or as much as I could, a week, whatever my vacation days are, I would take that off, and then I would be there, and then see if my wife or the kid's mom would be able to be there, or my parents would be, someone in my family. You know what I mean? Like me, it would probably be me, my wife, or my father, my mom, whatever, or my wife's mom or dad, to physically be there along everything. I wouldn't just allow them to just go on tour with anybody. Now, if they 18 and they say, I'm gonna do this, hey, you grown. I can't. But until you hit 18, I'm gonna be there with you. Period. That's just how
Mm-mm.
I look at it. I mean,
Listen,
even at 18, I still would fight for that. But I'm just saying, if you're 18 and the child's like, nope, I want to be by myself, then hey, if you grown, there's nothing literally I can do. But I'm still gonna fight for that. You feel me? But it's just
right.
weird. It's weird to me. I find that
But and
weird.
you, but and you know what? And when you listen to some of the, like, even when the mother speaks about gender number five, whatever, kind of speaks of someone that was kind of headstrong and this, that, and the third, what have you. See, I was talking about parenting a little bit with someone, and I was the type of child. Let me tell you something. I'm the only child, right? I've gotten two beatings Probably deserved a whole lot more. I've gotten 2 beatings in my life. But something told me that I didn't want to be beat like that no more by nothing. So I thought I'm just gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna show my ass up in school. I'm not gonna skip class, whatever. Now I did at 16 get involved with somebody at 21, and I had to give up a little ass. Now I was giving up a little ass, but that was totally. But
Damn.
I did it before the goddamn the street lights came on and all of that. I wasn't hanging. You know what I mean? They knew exactly where I was. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Now and here's the thing. They knew I was at because the guy stayed with his mom. They knew where I was, right? But well, I'm gonna take that back. My mama knew where I was, right? However,
Hmm.
she didn't know what would go down. You know what I'm saying? When his mama work didn't get off till 9 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Right.
so
Okay.
so I could get knocking on out before 7 or 8 and be back home like and lie like and that never happened whatever. And she of course she gave me the talks and all that kind of stuff like that. And but but people hell you know what I'm saying people parent different. These kids are different. My child she had got way more feelings than two. She didn't give me a bunch of trouble. you know,
Mm.
she just, you know what I'm saying? Very good grades and all that type of stuff. But I'm just saying it is what it
Right.
is. These
Right.
kids, when they talk about it, they said that she was real, headstrong. And I know, like a lot of these kids that's real headstrong and stuff like that, they're gonna find a way to do it. Like my child was alarmed at bad behavior from like the kids that she used to be around with when she ended up going to a black school and I'm not saying black people cut the food, but you know how we do. At the last 2 years, because of basketball or whatever, she was alarmed at the behavior. Like what the fuck? Where am I? You know what I'm saying? She didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was like a culture shock because she had always been gone to school with where she was the minority. But and I mean it was crazy. And she was like, look at the bad behavior. She would come tell me what the other kids was doing. I was like, good, because this could be like your ass could be joining in.
Right.
So it's just all about that how we raise them and hope that they do the right thing or whatever. But we can't hold the parents responsible for every bad act these kids
So
commit.
right. So Mocha, I'm reading a comment, right? She said, I've had kids at my house overnight and their parents never knew where they were at. So you as a parent, you're not gonna call their parents? I'm like, what? I don't know. I'm listening to you, Angie.
Right. But you know what, but Don, but it's a good thing that you are before you become a parent, you have this accountability already preset in your head. A
Yeah,
lot of
and
people
I'm
don't
not
have it.
I'm not taking up for any type of behavior. I
Right.
don't think touching a kid is in any way, shape, form, or fashion okay. Um, but they're making it seem like this man was touching 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 6, whatever the case may be. But it's like it's just too much. But I just think when the parents are involved and they're knowingly, and I'm not saying he did anything. I don't know what he did. I don't know. Okay. But I just personally think that if you guys think that he did this stuff, then the parents should be held responsible. I don't care about parents do this every day. Parents are bad. Parents this every day. I don't want to hear none of that. If you, this is my feelings, okay? And people could say whatever the fuck they want to say. I don't care. I don't. Okay, but my thing is if the parents know and they're doing this kind of stuff like sending you on tour or receiving money while my 17-year-old daughter is hanging out with you, whatever the case may be. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying, I'm hypothetically speaking. Then I think that you should be held responsible. If you guys think that he's guilty, well, the parents are guilty. That's just fair.
I
I
get
would say the same. I
I
would say
get
the
you.
same
I
thing
mean,
to Michael Jackson. If these parents, was sending them and they know he was, doing whatever the case may be, you need to you got to have the standard held to everyone. You can't just, oh, because it's him, I'm gonna do this, and then the other person, no, I'm not gonna do it because they're the parents. Nah, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how I see it.
Right.
Okay,
Smoke got
and then you
another
have
good.
people, lying about the age. I mean, it's just then you accepting money and all this shit is too much, in my opinion. You're not running
Right.
to the
Look.
law for criminal charges, but you running to get money. Like, where is that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Rockin says that parents can't even beat their kids like that nowadays. Hell, in my day, if so, we'll beat. You're right, honey. Listen here. I thought when I gave my daughter one right across the mouth, and her head hit that goddamn not the windshield but the side.
No, peer pressure is not real, Chi-Town. I have a mind of my own. I don't give a fuck what people say. I do my own research. I have my own feelings. I don't care what nobody says. I might be on someone's channel. I don't care what nobody says. That's how I feel about the situation, and that's what I'm looking at from my own mind. I don't care what nobody says. No one peer pressures me and puts nothing in my head to believe. And if you watch me enough, you'll see. No one can tell
Right,
me nothing. Not even people who I really
right,
fuck with. You can't tell me nothing. If that's how I feel, that's how I feel. Period. But yeah,
right.
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but like Mocha was saying, fair isn't a law, and that is 100% the truth. That really is. Like, shit. And that's why it's always good. A lot of people think it's a long shot and this, that, and the third. You always have to attack the law. Now, some of the shit people be thinking about could be ridiculous that they want in is ridiculous that they want in the law, but some shit is fair. I mean, I've always said if everybody went back from 20, 30 years and tried to file some charges on a ex-boyfriend that was, you shouldn't have been fucking with because of the age or whatever, that to me is a kind of, hmm, that's a long time, especially if you don't have any evidence of police reports, you've been to counseling for it, it severely affected you, this, that, that. Even if you try to get a settlement out of it. I kind of believe
Right.
it should be a little bit more something added in that because if that's the case, it's gonna be a whole bunch of people in jail or whatever. And you can and actually when y'all partied, y'all both agree that you had a pretty good time. But now here's 30 years later, you talking about this, that, and the third. I don't really like that.
That's not.
That's
That's another thing. That's another thing. I get it. People say when
yeah.
you're abused and sexual survivor and da 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 whatever whatever. I get it. You don't want to tell right away, and I get it. It does not take 25, 10, 12 years for you to come
Mhm.
forward. I'm
Right,
just I'm confused. It does not take
right.
that long. Maybe a couple months, few months. You got to take some time, whatever, a couple weeks. But like years though, I'm just like I don't even think it's fair to charge someone like that.
Right.
In
I
my
mean,
opinion,
right, but to me, you just got to have something more substantial than you coming in making a claim. Like, where's some more
exactly.
evidence that you was really, really traumatized? I mean, I'm not saying there is not a time frame where you should act on somebody you go through trauma based on something that has happened to them, or whatever. That's definitely what I'm saying. I don't want nobody to get that confused, but
Right,
you know, you just you don't have no kind of nothing. You didn't tell like one or two people that this happened and severely affected you within 30 years. I don't know
right.
about that.
And
I don't
and
know
then
if I
you
like
have
that.
someone, right? Then you have someone like I'm not gonna say the name, but JP. People will know who that is. Then you have your quote unquote best friend who was literally right there with you the whole time, the whole walk of the way, and She's saying the exact opposite from what you saying. So I'm like, it's just stuff like that for me. Like you, it's reasonable doubt for me not to believe you. That's just me. And then you get on the stand, you say that you did lie. Well, what makes me think that you wouldn't lie now? You see what I'm saying? It's like, and I know
Right.
people gotta feel me. If once a liar, always a liar. That's how I look at it. If you lie to me today, you'll probably lie to me tomorrow, the next day. We know people personally on this YouTube shit that will lie to your ass right in front of your face, and you know it's a fucking lie. So
And
it's
you
like
would
that
read
type of
what
stuff.
the truth is, and they would still
Yes,
lie. They
that's
would
what I'm
tell you
saying.
what an article said, and you would read it, and you'd be like, huh?
Yeah, you like I'm reading it right here, and you saying the exact opposite. So I
Like,
mean, it's
what?
just yeah. So it's shit like that where you like, man, why do you need to lie though? You know, and you got people
Right.
around you that's saying the exact opposite. So people got to understand what I'm saying. Like, this isn't just too far fetched. It's like if you're lying and shit like that, that causes me to have suspicion that you know what I mean that you lying, and
But
I don't know if I could believe you.
here's the thing when it comes to lying. Like I said earlier, there is a difference with somebody that told a lie and that there's someone that's just a known liar, right? And when it comes to impeaching someone's test testimony, all or a portion of it, they have to prove that that person, that their character trait, that they are just a liar, a lifelong, pretty damn near lifelong liar. But if somebody told a lie, and to me, that's an area of the law that could be defined more properly. I mean, to me, if you told a lie about the same situation, then there's an issue. However, when they're saying someone, then in some cases, they were saying that she was told to lie or made to lie by the defendant. That's a little different. The lies she talked about, and the lies she claimed all of that about the ID and all of that. She's saying about the letters and all of that. That was when she was told to lie. You know what I'm saying? And then now she did have a volunteer lie, about lying about her age. So it's all it's so crazy. It's so they make
It's
it
just
so
too much.
convoluted. It's too
Yeah,
much.
it's too much.
It
It
could be
really is,
cut.
like you said.
Yeah,
You know.
it could be when it comes to how to impeach someone's or testimony and personal testimony, which is the same thing. When it comes to lying and when it comes to character witnessing and shit like that, it should be done just a little bit cleaner and a little bit more streamlined or whatever. But with everything, you can take it. It runs through a rule. I mean, go. You have your rules, and it runs through exceptions and shit like that. Or you apply your rules and it runs through exceptions. So it's too much. You were like, damn,
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so it could be,
Yeah.
but
It's a
yeah,
lot.
so yeah, it is. And then from just because somebody is have been proven to be a liar and caught in a lie, that doesn't mean that their whole testimony is impeached. So here we go. You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
because the law states where this person could have lied, but are they lying about this? Are they lying about this? And what the end result is, does it match what they said? You know what I'm saying? So it's just a whole bunch of shit when it comes to that. So that's why I told people, like when they were saying, "Well, we're gonna get Geronda's sister and this, that, and third." It's just not that easy. If it was that easy, um, hell, I know a whole bunch of defense lawyers and stuff like that would be what doing cartwheels in the goddamn courtroom. It ain't that easy to get a witness that's giving testimony as to someone's character admissible. It's just not like that,
Mhm.
So yeah,
So I'm just reading the chat. Y'all cutting up in the chat. That's crazy.
yeah. Oh, that yeah. They couldn't get your ass over him.
Yeah, they trying to hit me up.
Yeah, they get your ass, but they be having.
Man.
But, and it's like, and I heard that boy sit up there and say that R. Kelly, he knew exactly what he said, and Nicole on the in the courtroom was like, well, didn't he have on a mask? How you knew that? How
Wait,
you know
what?
what he said?
What
When
did you say?
when he was giving his updates on what happened in court today, he
Oh,
said
you talking about? Okay.
yeah, he said at one point when something was said in court or the recording or whatever, he turned to Nicole and said he said the exact words he said that R. Kelly said to Nicole. Well, how you know that? Could you hear it? More and more important, did you see it? Didn't he have on
He
the
was in
mask?
that thing. He was in that
Like so
thing.
he how he was reporting like he was in the actual room, not the overflow. Like, where am
Right.
I?
Like
And you
how
really
you
got
get more privilege than some other people who was there? Like, come on, dude.
unbelievable. And this is the thing, you have to come on and and fend for yourself when somebody tells a lie on your ass and shit like that. But some people
Right.
that are known liars, well, shit don't even make no sense. You
I
them
agree.
motherfuckers believe that shit or whatever. We got people been talking about fight for transcripts where y'all done spent $1,000 send somebody to New York for them to run around and chase people for interviews in the parking lot. The fuck is going on? And nobody says nothing about that shit. I don't give a damn. I don't know. You say what you want to say about me or whatever. Whatever. Your ass already on the list anyway. I'm gonna get you anyway. So fuck it. That's how we're gonna do it. Y'all wanna play hardball, god
Yeah.
damn it. I'm gonna be the hardest ball around here. Shit. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
absolutely
it is. It
crazy.
is. It is. I'll be like, yo, I don't even know what dude be talking about.
Like what?
This man act like he sitting next to R. Kelly in the damn courtroom.
Yeah.
Shit.
Like, yeah, when I knew
Yeah,
it, I
man.
was like, nah,
If
talking
you
about
even listen, hey, if anybody who comes from his channel said he said this, I can't even listen to you because that
yeah.
man is not credible. I ain't saying names, but you know he's not
Yeah.
credible.
Just lying. If he wasn't over there contributing to the goddamn Surviving Angie Part 10, hell, I wouldn't even really be talking about his ass. I'd just still be sitting up here when listening to his ass and just shaking my head in my room. Shaking my head. Lord, what the
Right,
hell? What is
right,
going on? Well, no. Got so much to say, so you gonna get it too. But I
right.
just don't even
I feel you.
understand none of that. Oh damn well, your
Yeah.
ass ain't even can you get in the courthouse? Talk about that. Can you even get in? Shit. Boy,
Yeah,
oh my God.
I feel you.
And R. Kelly said, yeah, that boy said and the defense attorney said, he rests. He rests. Shit, he ain't presented his case in chief yet. What are you talking about?
They
He ain't
said Friday.
rested.
I thought they said
Yeah, talking about
Friday.
the defense rest. For the defense, the rest, he'd had it been up. It's
Right,
part where he hasn't presented his part yet. What the fuck? That's what case and y'all make sure y'all because y'all gonna hear this the next live case in chief. So remember this. Y'all getting a head start on the goddamn what we're gonna be doing. So yeah. I'm trying to use more of the goddamn actual words with y'all because we're gonna when you hear it, you'll know. Instead of just kind of always translate it to what it actually means. I'm gonna tell y'all the words, so make sure y'all know what that means because they're gonna transfer the damn power, and it's gonna be the defense firm. Yeah, but it's crazy.
man. This
How the man
shit
gonna rest?
crazy. This shit is
And
really crazy.
that's crazy. That's crazy. They'll
This shit
say
is
they'll
crazy.
do some crazy off the wall shit about your ass, but about somebody that's a confirmed liar, you be like, huh? I'm like, okay.
You
I
really
say I
do be
work right here.
confused looking at that dude. I be confused.
Yeah. Like
I don't even know how
what?
people watch him. I don't know how people watch him. Ranted and expose him 1,003 times, and people still watch that dude. I don't even know what's up with him. You
And
know.
he will not let it go. I mean, he will not let them L's go. He's still trying to tell people that Jet Fly Lead is my friend. What his name? Richard Ireland. Like, no, it's not. I don't
Mm,
like shit like that because you can't be putting people out like that, and that could be dangerous. You're like, these goddamn R. Kelly supporters crazy.
right. Yeah, it is. It is. You can't just be saying putting stuff like that on people. I
Right.
mean, I mean,
Um.
me personally, I wouldn't do that to somebody. But everybody is different. So, hey,
Yeah.
do
Everybody is.
you? You know what I mean? Do you? Me personally, I would never do that. But
Right.
hey,
I don't know. They will keep somewhere in the building. I see her name. What it do? Keep. I'm trying to scroll and find you. What's up, Big Vi? Hey Danny, where is
what
Keith?
up? What up? What
Dang.
videos? Hold on, keep the truth. What videos? She said, I guess people forgot about the two videos that put the nail in the coffin for R. Kelly. What videos? I don't.
Where you see her at? I don't see her.
She's like a little bit up, but
Oh, okay.
I'm not nuts. Trust me, I ain't nuts. I ain't crazy. I just, I'm just about fair. I'm about treating someone fairly.
Right,
You
right.
know,
I said
that's
after
that's
someone.
how that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I said it's again those officers who came to the hotel when Jane showed them ID process. She was searching the FBG. That's why the officers aren't being charged with child neglect. You know, Big Vi, I get you. But you know what? Listen, with everything, especially when it comes to charging and shit like that or what have you, depending on the crime, even sometimes depending on the crime, it's that goddamn budget, manpower, and all that stuff. They factor in all of those crazy shit. You just be, wondering like, what the hell? Why don't they just
Okay, so can I ask you this, Angie? So okay, what do you think as it stands right now? Like if you were on the jury pool right this second, what would be what would you think he's guilty of, not guilty of, what charges, what would you think? Just
okay?
from
Now
what you've
that's
seen. And
okay.
I
Well, that's
mean, I
coming
know
up in
you,
there. Go ahead.
yeah, I know you like in the middle or whatever, but like what would you, because they still got a whole nother 2 weeks, but like what would you
Right.
think? Who do you
All
think?
right.
I mean, you
Well,
don't gotta say who do you think
yeah.
is winning, I guess. You don't gotta be specific or whatever, but
Well,
who do you
that
think
is
would
part of the goddamn exercise that we building up to do. But
Oh, okay.
okay,
I
well,
didn't
I
know that.
think
Sorry.
no. But yeah, I mean, the prosecution is winning, and right now my percentages, and I've gone over the 100%, and I didn't want to go. I think I didn't want to go no more than 115%, but I had to walk a lot back because I was at
Okay.
110 at one point. So right now I'm at 91%, right?
Okay.
And the back as far as back as I'm going to go is 60%. Now I'm at 91%, but this is before these tapes, right? Now with the charges that I think they have proved, um,
And what charges do you not think they've proved? I'm just curious. I like to see,
the charges.
both sides of it.
Oh, he gonna keep the truth. Hey, give me 1 minute. The charges the one with the I don't know them all together, but the man act the part with the transportation, I'm
Hmm.
iffy on that one. Um,
So across, basically the ones that are crossing state lines,
right,
transporting. Okay. So you're
right.
iffy on that one. Okay.
I'm iffy on that one. The Here's the thing about the STD. If the prosecution drive home that the crime starts when the date that they can prove R. Kelly knew that he was faked, which is I'm still leaning towards like 70% that the prosecution gonna prove that he was notified that he had herpes whenever that doctor said he notified him. But if they prosecution has to drive home that it's in the exposure of the with the exposure without telling someone,
Right.
that he had herpes, not the actual passing of the disease. That's
Right.
the exposing part of it. If they don't make that clear, I got a 50-50 on that STD. I
Right.
got a 50.
So like
Angie,
basically,
Angie, Angie,
basically
Angie,
knowingly.
Angie. Hello. They
Yes,
did
ma'am.
make that clear. They did make that clear. He did have
about
herpes. Ain't nobody look. He had
Okay,
herpes. He had
but
herpes. I had to say he had
that's
herpes.
not the
I had to say
argument
he had
though.
herpes.
That's not the argument though.
Okay,
That's not
okay.
the argument.
wait a
Angie,
minute,
Angie,
wait a
I'm not.
I'm
minute.
not
It's too early
me
in the morning. I
personally.
ain't arguing with nobody. I ain't arguing with nobody.
You clicked the link, but you clicked the
Anyways,
link.
Angie,
You
not
clicked the
arguing with
link.
anybody. It's too
Oh
early.
You
It's
clicked the
too
Lord,
link.
early. It's too early.
Then
I'm
why
too
did you click
old.
the link? We
It's
having
too
a peaceful
early. I'm
conversation.
too old. It's too
Okay, so
early. I'm
why
too
did you click
old.
the
It's
link
too
though?
early. I'm too old. I'm too
Why
old to
did
be
you click the
arguing.
link?
I am
keep
too old to be
that keep
arguing.
You're not.
keep.
You're
Wait a
I
minute,
am
hold
too
on,
old, but
hold
you're
on,
old.
y'all.
clicking the link.
Keep.
I'm
I'm too
What
old.
confused.
what do they
Angie,
say?
Why
yes,
would
What do
you
yes,
they
click the
say to
link?
yes.
prove the time?
Angie, I
Oh
can't
my
hear you
god.
because somebody is being rude and interrupting you.
Well, you
Excuse me, what you
You
interrupted
came
saying?
us.
on Yelp.
You interrupted
We have
Angie,
a
us.
conversation. We have a
hi,
peaceful
Hold
Angie.
on.
conversation.
Keith, tell me what was said about that confirmed what that doctor said that he told them
Oh
what
Lord.
time was it 94 or was it the 2011 or
It's
10 or whatever
crazy.
talking about?
He treated them since 96 or something
But
like that.
that
96.
look, but Keith, can I just say this?
Angie, I
That's
wonder
not the
why
argument.
y'all not talking
That's
about
not
the
the
videos
argument
that
though.
was shown though. I just
That
want to
is
know why
not the
nobody talking about
argument.
the videos.
That's not the argument. The
I'm
argument
just talking a
is
little bit
that
about that.
they have to knowingly prove that he knew and did not tell them that he did not have herpes. How do
Angie,
you prove that?
did you forget
That you
that
can't.
he settled a case in reference to him not telling one of the victims that he had herpes? Did you know he settled a case for that for
Oh,
$250,000?
Which
Angie,
okay,
case?
y'all remember
you
that?
know,
That's
I
in the
know the paper.
transcripts. It's in the
Which
Okay, that's
case?
transcripts.
hold on. What
Uh
year
huh.
was that? Because they can use that to go as far as back. What year was that?
Hold on, hold on. If
Good
anybody cut
night,
me out the
Mocha.
chat, but let me go look at the paperwork because it was in the transcripts. He
Okay,
settled.
so
He settled with the victim for $250,000. Hold on.
okay, because with that they can actually go back to the but hold on. You know what? No. Okay, now they can still use it because NDAs aren't traditionally admissible because it's not a proof of someone's innocence or guilt. However, they can still use that NDA to prove that he was at least knowledgeable that he had herpes. So they could do that. Okay.
Can
I
I
think I did.
okay, so I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
let everybody know this is the information that I'm getting from apnews.com, but this is in the court documents. He paid $200,000 to settle a lawsuit brought by a woman who accused him of giving him herpes 2 decades ago without disclosing he had it. And this was around
Okay.
2001.
Okay, now
Okay.
what is the
That's a
is
long
she a
time.
Jane Doe in this case? Is she a Jane Doe in this case?
Yes, this was around
A
September
charge.
3rd. This is the Lord
Which Jane
mercy.
Doe is she?
The one that testified that she met him when she met around 2001, the
Which
27-year
Jane
old.
Doe? Which number was she?
I just said I got this from AP News. So around this time, this article was written around September 3rd. So it was the witness that testified around time. She met him around 2001. She was 27 years old.
But
Okay.
This is the
so,
one
but
that
you
met.
know
He
what? But
settled
it
a
wasn't
case.
even. It wouldn't even matter if she's in the case or not because that's enough to establish that he at least had a reasonable thought that he had
But
the
that's
herpes.
one person though.
Oh my.
No, well, I mean, that's the date. We just need the
You
No,
see
date.
why?
no, no,
Okay,
no,
all right.
no, no,
I gotta
no.
get okay. Good. All right.
Get you
I
some
just want to
sleep. Get you
clarify.
some sleep, Key.
Okay, Angie. The reason why I
Okay.
actually clicked the link up here because there's actually, well, I'll tell you, they just showed 2 videos yesterday. Okay,
That's
Right.
what we were talking
it's
about. You came
it's
late. We
done.
talked about
He's
those.
done. He's
You
done.
came late.
He's
We talked
done.
about those.
He's done. He's done.
What was on the tapes? What was
He's
on the
done.
tapes? I want to know.
They
What
had
was on the tapes?
Dom, stop playing stupid because
What
your
was
people read the
I
transcripts.
no, we do. We read them. We read them a lot.
Okay,
I want to
okay.
know.
What was
I
on
just
the
want to
first
know what
video?
you
What
saw.
was on the first
I
video?
want
They
to
put the
know.
transcript
I
in.
want to
What
know.
what they put on the first video?
I have
Let me
all
pull.
of. I want to know what you know because you came late. We talked about them. I want to know if you
Oh,
know
because
what we know.
okay. I'll tell you what I know. Is that the same video he yelled about her stealing? Remember that video, right? Because I point the stealing part out so fast. But
Yep.
ain't that the same video that he yelled at her for hiding her face during a sex video? That ain't the video? That ain't the same video? That ain't the one? They the one he screaming at him. And why would someone
Okay,
keep
is
somebody in the
that
house that stole
what's
a Rolex phone? You know, a Rolex got insurance. We discussed that earlier. Can you tell me who will keep someone in the house that stole something of big value? You know, y'all made a big deal about the Rolex, but he kept the
so
person
okay, now
that
let me
stole the
ask you this,
Rolex
Keith.
inside the
Keith.
house.
Okay.
And then y'all wonder why
Can
people
I
look at
ask you
y'all like
something?
dumbasses.
Can I ask you something?
Because yeah, go ahead, ask me. Go ahead. So I want to see what you
Has
gonna ask me.
anyone
What you
around
gonna
you
ask? What
has
you gonna
okay,
ask? Because I
okay.
see you ain't asking
Why
about
are
what I
you
said about the
so
videos though. But go
y'all
ahead.
be so funny. Y'all be so hostile.
You
Can't
ain't
have a
gonna ask
normal
about the
conversation.
videos though.
Me
You
and
ain't gonna
Angie
ask
was
about
having a
that.
normal conversation.
Go
I
ahead.
don't
Go
know
ahead.
why you gotta be
Ask the
yelling.
questions.
It's 1
Ask
a.m.
questions.
We
Ask the
chilling.
questions. Yes. Ask the
Why are you
questions.
so amped up? Like, I
What?
mean, I'm confused. You
What?
can have a
Yeah,
normal
James asked why did
conversation.
he call the police?
Damn,
He
you hate
didn't
R.
call the police
Kelly, huh?
because he
You hate
didn't
R.
have a big
Kelly. That's
heart.
crazy.
He
Damn.
didn't call the police because R. Kelly has a big heart. That's why he didn't call the police when someone stole his Rolex. He
Okay,
said
that's what you
yell and
think.
scream on the video and
You
catch the
don't even know
person
what I'm gonna
that stole
say.
his
You don't
Rolex
even know what
in
I'm
the
gonna say.
house.
You don't even know what I'm gonna say.
It's too early in the morning for this shit.
But you clicked the link. No one forced you to click the link.
Go ahead.
I'm confused. I'm really confused.
Ask,
Why did you click the link if you
ask
don't
your
want to talk?
question. Ask your question. Lord.
That's
What's
I'm
that? Yeah,
confused.
man
Okay.
act. Lord have
So
mercy.
what I was saying is has anyone ever stolen from you?
Dom.
It's just a
Just
question.
stop.
It's just a question. It's
Just
a
stop.
yes or no.
Anybody steal something about? I don't
It's
care
a
if
yes or
I have.
no.
I don't
You
care if
dance
it's
around.
two
Okay. You
dimes.
dance around
They
the question.
wouldn't be
Okay.
allowed in my house because if you're
You
stealing
don't
from
even know
me,
what I'm
you're
going to
lying
say
for
though.
me. You wouldn't
You're not even
be
letting
in
me make my
my
point. But
home.
okay.
You wouldn't be in my
Wow.
home.
These
You
people can't
steal a
even.
penny from me, you don't come around me anymore. That's
Okay.
okay. No, he asked the question. He said, "What if somebody steal from you?" I would get very angry, scream epithets, call you all sorts of everything but the child of God, and you
What if
won't
it?
be anywhere near.
What if
You
it's your
see,
boyfriend? What if it's your boyfriend?
there it will be no relationship. You
Shit,
stole
you
from
lying?
me.
Nah, I highly doubt that. When someone is dating someone or in love or something, whatever the case may be, if something like that happens, you're not necessarily just gonna say, "Bye, I'm not fucking with you no more." That's not how it works.
Why did he keep
You,
that? What? Somebody stole a Rolex from you. Stole a Rolex. All right. And money. But you keep them around. They ain't still
hey,
$1. They still $10,000.
I
But
can't
you got
speak
them
for
writing
him.
fake letters. Man, y'all,
Hey, I
y'all.
can't
And
speak for him.
also, did you see that Dennis Byron? He's supposed to be on your side, but he said there was a 25-minute video of sexual nature. Do you have any? What you have to say about the 25-minute video of sexual nature? What you got to say about that?
What was on there that was illegal? What was
25-minute video
so
that
so if
corroborated
that
what
corroborated what?
Asriel said. 25-minute
Of
disturbing
what?
video of sexual nature.
Okay, so if me and you are dating, and I want to record you
25-minute
fucking you,
video
hold
of
on. If
sexual
me and you
nature.
hold on, if me and you are dating, and I wanted
Uh-huh.
to record me fucking you, why is that?
Uh-huh. But
What's
do you
criminal?
notify your partner that you record them? Do you
I mean, you see
notify
the
them?
camera. What you
No,
mean?
no. Did you know if how's it that many of them are testifying that they didn't know he recorded them? How is it that more than one of them keep saying that they didn't know he recorded them? And why would he
How do you
scream
not?
on the
They're saying,
person who
hold on, Keith. They're
stole the
saying,
watch
hold on,
for
Keith. They're saying he
yelling
loves
for
recording on an
covering her
iPad, right?
face?
Do you have an
You don't
iPad?
have it.
I
No,
do.
you don't have
Do you
any
know how big an iPad
answers.
is?
You don't have
Do
any
you know?
answers.
Hold
You
on,
don't
I do
have
have
any
answers.
answers.
I'm
You
trying
don't
to
have
answer.
any answers.
You're
No,
not
no.
letting me answer.
But see, Dom K. Here's the
This
thing.
is
You
this
don't
is
let people
pointless.
answer neither because
You're
you
not
know what
letting
the
me
truth
answer.
is.
Lord have
Go ahead. Let
mercy.
them answer. Let them answer, y'all. Let them answer.
Okay. Do you have an iPad?
Huh? Say what?
Do you have an iPad?
Yes,
Have
I
you ever
do.
seen Have you ever
Yes,
seen
I
an
have
iPad?
one. I
Do
have
you know how?
an iPad.
Okay, now is an iPad way 4 times 5 times bigger than an iPhone?
What the hell? What?
Just answer the question. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
He
Is it
recorded
yes?
them without
Is it
because
way bigger
is
than an
he really
iPhone? Yes or
is
no?
he really asking me? An iPad is way
Okay,
more than
so it's
iPhone.
yes. Okay, so my point
Lord,
is this.
Lord,
My point is
Lord.
this. Okay, they're saying
John
that he's
K.
record.
John K.
Hold on.
Here's the crazy
Just
thing.
let me. Can you let
Here's
me
the crazy
finish?
thing. Here's the crazy
You not
thing.
even
Please,
let. Okay, go ahead. Go
please, you
ahead.
gotta be
Go
trying to have a
ahead.
conversation,
Go
Lord.
ahead.
Please,
You
wait a
can't even have
minute.
a conversation with you. Damn.
Please, hold on.
Like,
Go ahead,
goddamn,
John.
you not even letting me finish. I get it. You fucking hate R. Kelly. I get it. That's your right. Hate him. Think he's guilty. But at least let me. You couldn't even be in the courtroom. You be in that motherfucker yelling, cussing. Wouldn't even let the defense say what they gotta say. I mean, damn.
Well, the defense
It's
don't let
two
nobody
sides.
say what they gotta say, but go on.
They
Go
do.
on.
That's why there's a judge. And Angie's trying to be the judge here, but you would have been kicked out the court long
Yeah,
ago.
okay, yeah. I'm going to be out for
Yes,
it because
you
I got
yelling
it.
and
I
cussing
got it.
and hostile, saying you don't want to be here, but you're here. You click the link. Nobody forced you to.
Down K, which one is
I'm
it? Did they
confused.
have videos or not? Because y'all often say
I'm
that
not
there was no
finishing making my
videos.
point.
There was no. Okay, finish your point. I'll stop. Finish your
Okay,
point.
so if you've seen an iPad is huge. All of these people are saying that he loves using iPads, right? And not only did they say he's using iPads, they're saying that he's putting it on motherfucking the little camera things, whatever you call it.
Yes.
You're going to see that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now
Yes.
let me say this. Now, if me and you are dating, we're fucking around. I put this ass iPad on a tripod and you say you're uncomfortable, you don't want to do it. What are you gonna do at that particular moment? Just
Your
answer
ass
that.
is supposed to take it the fuck down. What? If I told you no, you're supposed to take the
Okay, okay.
tripod,
Now,
and the
what if
iPad
I said,
down,
what if I
and you
said, but
sit it
look,
on the
what if I
desk.
said
And if
no?
you refuse to do that, I
What you gonna do?
leave. But what
Thank
he
you.
did was
That is
towards
my point.
young
You would
people,
leave. You would leave.
young people. But he
You would
coerced
leave.
a young person to do
Nah.
it, have
You
sex
would
with him
leave.
on camera. He coerced her. That's it. You can sit up there and twist it around, man. You could talk about the
I'm
great
not
of
twisting nothing
iPads.
around.
You could talk about when iPads was invented. You could talk about when Steve Jobs came out with Apple. You could talk about all those things. Okay. The fact is, he did it. He did it. And he did it
Okay.
without people's consent. And many has testified to that. You could listen. You could talk about all the songs he wrote, and he the king of
I
R&B.
have
The king
not
of
brought up
R&B
music.
is
I
a
haven't brought up
nasty
no music. What is you
pedophile.
talking about?
And
I don't give a
if
fuck
I
about the
was your
music. I'm
family
talking about the
member,
case.
you wouldn't come to my cookout because you
You're
support a
bringing up
pedophile.
music.
You
I
support a
didn't bring up
pedophile.
no music.
You support a pedophile. You wouldn't come around me and mine. You support a
That's your
pedophile.
opinion. That's
Yeah,
your
no,
opinion.
it's a fact. You support a pedophile. You're a
Okay,
rape
okay, okay.
apologist.
That's
Rape
your
See,
opinion.
the
apologist.
P word,
I'm a
Lord,
rape
Okay,
not
is
the
apologist.
he
P
No,
word.
as
no,
it
The
no,
P
stands
no,
right
word.
now?
no.
Is he
That's
a
the truth.
convict? Is he a convict?
That's the truth.
I'm just
That's the
curious.
truth.
Has
That's
he been
true.
convicted
All the
yet?
evidence point to it. I'm not
Has he been
disrespecting nobody,
convicted?
Angie, but it's the truth. I'm not going to sit up here and sugarcoat it.
So then
Sorry.
don't sit up
Okay, well,
here.
we
Then
don't use
leave
the
the
P
link.
word over him.
John K.
Can I
Then
get
John
leave
back
K.
to
the
the
link.
John
topic? I
K.
was
Leave
John,
the link and let Angie
Angie,
finish
what
what
you
she
were
was
saying.
telling
I'm
me.
sorry.
I had a
Angie, what
question
you were
for
saying.
Angie, and she was going
thank you.
to finish, but you came up being disrespectful. Period.
Oh my God, here we go. I'm being disrespectful because I talked about R. Kelly. Ooh, I'm
I
being
don't
so
care if you
disrespectful
talk
because I
about R.
called him
Kelly.
a
I don't
sexual
care.
predator. Ooh,
I'm actually one
I
of the
hate
few
R.
people. Hold
Kelly.
on. Hold on. I'm
Ooh,
actually one of the
I
few
hate R.
people that
Kelly.
loves to hear the opposition
I hate
side.
R. Kelly.
So
That's so stupid.
you're not saying
That's
anything
so
that's
stupid.
relevant or true.
Oh, no,
That's
I'm
not
not
true.
saying anything that's
Lord
relevant
Jesus,
and
I'm one
we
of the
need
true.
to
few
toilet this
people. Hold
morning.
on. I'm one of the few people that will sit up here and click the link to argue with somebody.
Oh
So
my
that's
God.
inaccurate. That's very
Oh,
inaccurate.
inaccurate. It's
Ninety
inaccurate, but
percent.
it's
Hold on.
in black and
Ninety
white in the
percent.
court
Ninety
document.
percent of people who support R. Kelly won't even speak to somebody who does not fuck with R. Kelly. I mean, yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
really?
They
You're
Yeah,
won't.
right. You're
we
They
right
will
about
understand
not.
that.
why.
They
We
will not.
understand why. But
There's
y'all
a
ain't talking
very
about
few people. There's 10% that will speak to someone who does not fuck with R. Kelly's think he's guilty.
John K.
So
How come y'all
I'm
don't
just
talk about the John
confused.
Does? What y'all think about the John Does? The John
We
Does?
wasn't talking about that. Me and Angie was talking about what happened today in court. So you
Oh
come up
yeah,
here
we can talk
distracting the
about what
whole
happened today in
conversation.
court. They showed the videos. We can talk about
We
that.
can
They
get to
showed the
that. We
videos.
can get to that. But
Yes,
I was
never
having
gonna
a
take no
conversation with
argument.
Angie
Just
about what happened.
Now, we had already talked about that. I was just
Yes.
trying to go down Can I please finish what I was talking? We was talking about going on this list about what I think they
Thank
done
you.
proved and what I think they haven't proved. That's just can I get to that
Just,
part so I can get off
I'm
now?
not. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Rocking with the truth. I'm not a diehard fan of R. Kelly. I don't know him. I like his music. I don't know him as a man,
And then,
and I don't
people
care
who like his
to.
music wouldn't like go so hard the way
So
you go so hard. They wouldn't do that, Dom. I'm just
okay,
saying.
so have I go so hard. So what makes you think that I would support someone who touches kids? What makes you think that?
Say that. Say that again. Say it again.
What makes you think that I would be supporting someone that touches kids?
Well, you do be on different panels,
oh
victim
God, we
bashing,
don't be
but
on here
but
I'm
nothing.
not
we
victim
we
bashing.
gonna
I
leave
have
that
never.
alone, though.
No, 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 no. Actually, that's very inaccurate. I have never bashed any of those accusers. I have never. I'm one of the few who has never. I'll say that they lied. I'll call them out on their lies. I'm not gonna demonize them or try to make them feel like
Well,
like they
I don't
weren't.
say how y'all can call the accusers liars because
Not y'all.
it's
Don't
already
stop
been
saying
shown that R.
y'all.
Kelly
Stop
was a
saying
liar.
y'all.
But
You
hey,
talking to me?
yeah. Oh, video depictions were discussed today in court. Yes, video
Okay.
depictions.
What,
Video,
okay.
yes, video
That's
depictions.
cool. That's cool.
Now
I'm
remember, rocking with the
confused.
truth, they said that there were no videos, right? But somehow some
Okay, you
true
just gonna come
videos
up
was
here and just
snipped
take
was
over,
played
huh?
today.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Uh,
ahead.
Mhm.
okay, let me
And,
get
and
back.
the
All right,
Homeland
please.
Security agent also testified the chain of custody with the videos that came from the storage. I just want to make sure we all, put that out there, okay?
Okay,
Okay,
all
I
right.
just
Let
Okay,
me
want the
get back. All
Homeland
we're
right.
Security
very aware.
agent
We are
discuss
aware.
on the
We
stand
are
the
aware.
chain of custody
We're
from how
very
they
aware.
obtained 100 devices from the storage.
Okay,
The
that's
storage
what's up.
that he didn't tell his defense attorneys about when he got indicted, the one Azriel gave up. Do everybody remember that in January 2020? Because I
Hmm.
do. I wonder why no one don't speak on that. But we're gonna twist that
Hey,
around,
you
say
must be
that that
you
wasn't his
must be drinking
storage,
on
right?
some good drink right now, because you just ain't stopped since you've
You
been
know
on for
what?
the
You know
last
what?
thirty-five
Why we
minutes.
not gonna talk about the videos? Well,
Well, we
yeah.
talked
We've
about
talked
that
about those.
earlier.
You just hit
So
the
can I
link.
get back to what I was?
God
All right,
damn.
thank you. So can I get back to what I was saying? Because I
Yes,
pulled
you
Damn.
up the
can.
indictment, and I
Yes,
need to
yes, you
get back to
can.
these
Come
Sorry.
on
charges.
now.
All right,
I don't bash nobody.
thank you,
Period.
y'all. Just 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
go
just got to
ahead,
get back
Angie.
to
I'm
this
listening.
indictment. I'm gonna look to this indictment.
Jeez,
Uninterrupted.
man. Let me get.
Yeah, get you some rest. You older and tired. Get you some rest.
Yes, yes,
No,
yes. No,
please,
actually, I'm old and
please,
going to work,
no.
so it's okay. You can say I'm old. I can admit that I'm old. I
You
live
just
life.
said that.
But Angie, what you were saying?
You said
He's
you're
going with
No,
old.
it. He's so mad because he
I'm
go
finna
with
go
the
down
insult.
this
Then
You
I
list
go.
real
I don't
quick so I can get
care.
off
He's
here.
going
I
from
don't care. I
insult.
don't know R.
Uninterrupted.
Kelly. The
Yeah.
fuck is you talking about?
Now, okay, you turning red right now because I know you light skin. You turning red
I'm
because you sound
red.
mad.
Why would I
You
be
sound
red?
mad. You sound
But
mad.
why
Well,
would
why
I
you
be
gotta sound
mad
old and
though?
tired? I'm always old and tired. Shoot, I'm
You
starting to
said
like
you
third
came on
day
and said
dentist in my
I'm
back.
old. I don't even know why I'm on here.
No, oh
You said
no.
that. I don't know you. I don't even know what you look like. How could I call you? Oh, you could be 25. You came on 20 minutes ago and said you're old. Like what? You're not making no sense.
Angie, what was you saying? Oh,
Well, I'm
I
gonna
mean, if
say
you would
I'm
let her
gonna go down
finish,
this list
damn.
uninterrupted. So y'all done? Y'all done? Are we done?
That shit crazy. I just don't understand the hostility. I'm cool. Like I'm not
Oh,
even.
Don, please, please.
Damn.
I just want to go down this list on.
Yeah, go ahead, Angie.
Oh
I
my
still wanted you
gosh.
to answer.
Okay.
Remember, I asked you. I said, hey, what was your take? What do you think is? Who do you think is winning right now? And you said it was 90%. And then and then we were rudely interrupted. So what were you continuing saying?
Okay. I'm because I pulled up the indictment. All right. So I'm going down the different charges. All right. So count one, the racketeering. I'm looking at all the elements in racketeering. Just looking at it. Active, effective, interstate commerce, no intention. It's fake. Conduct affairs. So okay, I say they prove racketeering. And you know what? While I'm going down the list, I can save myself some time when I do the damn exercise. So count one. I'm gonna say okay. What is this? Hmm, Okay. Let's say count one, they proved. Count two, the
Which
bribery. The
count
count
one
one is
was
racketeering itself. So the racketeering. So they started and said from how they present the vehicle they use, which is the RICO, right? They're presenting it from, they're using the date of 1994, and he did all of this stuff which affected interstate and foreign commerce, and he did knowingly and intentionally conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity defined as Title 18 in Title 18. So
but
those are the
how could
elements.
you how, how, what makes you think that though? As far as
What?
the racketeering, how do you think that they've proven
All right.
that he
One.
was running?
Okay. Let me go back and look at give you the language in here. Let's see. It should be in here. Associated effect should be in here because this is the type of RICO that they have them under. Um, associated effect. Can I do? Let me see if I can do keyword F to find that word. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's in here. All right. When you look at um the indictment, and I'm talking about the last one that they have, this which is dated
Ed,
on.
Angie, I gotta go. I'm going to still listen in
Okay.
the bushes, but I just wanted to just say the main reason why I clicked the link was they had showed the two videos in court today. So the
Okay.
I
prosecution
think
rest
you
their
should
case by
rewind.
Friday.
I
Is
think you
Dom,
should
Dom,
rewind.
Angie, can you mute him,
Dom,
please?
no.
Can you
Okay.
mute him,
He
please?
spoke on that.
Mute
No,
him,
no, Dom,
please.
please, please, please.
Please.
Go,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you. Thank you. The feds
All
have
right.
already proven their side of the case. Now we gotta wait to see what the defense will present. So I'm gonna be
Right.
listening in the bushes. So y'all have a good morning and a good night for most. And I'll keep listening.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, Dom. I'm gonna mute yourself.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
here.
okay. All right. Okay. So when you look at the number one in the enterprise, right? They have him in what they in call it associated effect type of RICO, which means that, of course, right when you see the statute, one man can be an enterprise. It says it right there in the law itself. His type, what he they have him is what they call as a group of individuals in an associated fact type RICO, meaning he was one of the players in the RICO. He's he's been charged. He could be charged individually. He was one of the players in the RICO. That's what associated fact means. So you start there, right? So we know that they said they had all those different people, the people that took the stand, the assistants, the driver, the whatever the other people were, right? So
But you don't think just to your point right there, you don't think that if you know you're thinking that they've proven that on this particular count of racketeering, you don't think that they should be charging all these people that are moving parts that that you're saying that you said the bus drivers and whatever else. You don't think that they should be charged as well if you think that they've proven that?
well, here's what we don't know. We don't know if they got a deal that we don't know about, if they could be charged at a later time, or if they just decided, if someone decided to just let it go, if they were, if they chose to cooperate. Also, we don't know, just because they were a part of the enterprise doesn't mean that all the people that were part of the enterprise actually committing a knew that they were committing a crime. But let me go back and see something else. Hold on before I say something. Before I say what I was going to say. Okay.
Rockin', I do accept truth. I'm not one of those people. So if that's what you're insinuating, trust and believe. That's not me. But
Let
yeah,
me
go
see.
ahead, Angie. I'm listening.
One sec. That's okay. Didn't know intentionally. Okay, directly, indirectly. Okay, directly, indirectly. All right, directly. They got this direct. I'm sorry, I talk to myself when I'm trying to figure this out. Directly, indirectly. So,
James, and I understand that, but still at the end of the day, if if I got caught on the street right now, I got pulled over and I had a kilo of cocaine, right? They pulled me over, and obviously I'm not the one who's the main thing, whatever. Let's say that they're watching me and they know that, Angie's the mob boss, right? And I get pulled over and they find this and they bring me in and say where you're getting it from, and we have records, we've been following you, this, that, and the third. Even if I still tell on Angie and say this is her, she's getting it from, James Harris, right? They're still gonna charge me. I'm gonna get probably a way lesser charge, but I'm still gonna get charged. They're not just about to, even if it's racketeering. Let's say they'll charge Angie with the racketeering. They're gonna charge all of us for racketeering, who's been all the street level drug dealers. And then if I flip and I'm a government witness, they'll probably drop the racketeering, but they're still gonna charge me with distribution of crack cocaine or whatever, which is a lesser charge, lesser sentence, or whatever the case may be. You see what I'm saying? So
mm-hmm.
that's why I've never understood the angle from the racketeering, and I get it. They're trying to make sure something sticks. It's a big ass branch or whatever, but I don't think it's fair to not charge all because they're using them. It's not like they're just saying this is what R. Kelly did, and boom, we're charging him. They're saying this is what he did, and he had bus drivers, assistants, handlers, drivers, security, all these people doing all these alleged crimes, but they're not charging them. I don't think that's fair, and that's
All right.
law. That's So continue. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So I'm glad y'all you expound on that because here's the thing, right? What I'm picking out with this, those other role players or what have you, the government would have to assert that they knowingly and intentionally committed a crime. From the testimony that I've heard, most of these people, with one glaring exception, Demetrius Smith, didn't know that they were committing a crime. They just thought that they were just, shuttling people back and forth, running to get food, making sure, the girls and whatever. And that's largely why the Demetrius Smith got some type of a deal. You know what I'm saying? Because he
Right.
knew that he was committing a crime or what have you. So that is going to be the glaring difference in that these people did not know. And in this, how this RICO is written up, for one of the elements in this particular RICO, you had to know that you knowingly and intentionally committed a crime. So that's what they are alleging that R. Kelly did. So
Right, but that's
that's why.
still only
Mhm.
one person though, and that's for the bribery
Right.
charge though. You see? So
Yeah,
why
that's
wasn't
me.
okay? For
Right.
example, right? So since you brought up Demetrius or people in chat, whatever, right? So to that point, right? They're saying that
Hmm.
okay, Demetrius was the one who went and got the ID allegedly, whatever the case may be. Okay, so it wasn't just Demetrius though. It was Daryl McDavid. According to Demetrius, he said that Daryl McDavid was one who directed him. R. Kelly didn't direct him. Then they
Hmm.
also said that this pastor guy and then the other guy, the friend, well, now he's a pastor or whatever, he wasn't then, and then he had the pastor who was his friend at that point, the people or whatever you call it, the person who marries the people or whatever. So why didn't those two get charged, or three rather, because Daryl McDavid and then those two pastors or whatever, why weren't they charged with bribery? You see
Well,
what I'm
and
saying?
another,
So it's like it's you know
go ahead.
it's just
Let me see how they
confusing to
list
me.
how.
So
Well, let me see how they list the charges for the bribery. See who would be caught up in the bribery. So let me read it real quick.
James Harris, McDavid is not charged in New York. He's charged in Illinois for child pornography. and obstruction of justice. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think it's nothing with bribery.
Oh,
And
now
why would it
another thing,
be in New York?
always,
You know
always
what?
keep in mind that it's always up to the prosecuting office authority if they want to charge somebody or not. They can let you
Right,
off. I mean, you can make a case that they should be charged as well. Doesn't mean that they are going to be charged, or
right,
given the nature of whatever should they be. So that's another thing. Always keep in mind. Just because a person can qualify or would have committed a crime to be charged, it's not necessary that they will charge you, and they don't actually have to offer anyone a deal or what have you. Don't mean that they won't charge you at a later date or what have you.
right.
So
And I understand that. I
yeah.
understand that. I'm just talking about this particular instance about because someone brought up the Demetrius bribery thing, and you have four moving parts, not including R. Kelly, right? On this particular
Mm,
charge. Not that it's true. I'm just saying that's five people total that are involved with this particular charge, right? That they're
right.
allegedly a part of. R. Kelly, which he's already charged with that. Demetrius, McDavid, and then the two pastor guys. None of them are charged. Which Demetrius, okay, he should be charged, but his ass was, you know,
Got immunity.
cooperating, immunity, whatever. But Daryl
Mm,
McDavid was not charged in New York with bribery. He's part of if he should be a part of the racketeering if they're trying to say that he was the one who directed it. He should be charged with bribery and racketeering in New York. That's not you see what I'm saying? And then even those
yeah.
two pastor guys, they should be whatever you call it, the term I can't think right now, but um um when you're fuck, I can't think of the term right now. But when you are knowingly participating in a crime,
Right.
right? Even though it's not proven, I'm just saying at least charge them with that because it's only fair. You can't say one person is the one doing this, but there's five people in the case. That's not. I don't care if someone was allegedly the head person, whatever the case may be. Everybody needs to be charged. That's just how
Mm,
how it works. And I get it. Fair is not whatever, but that's the
yeah.
law. You commit a crime, you
Right.
should be charged with the crime. Period.
But yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but in to your case, I would really streamline it more to say um fair when it comes to logic is not the law. That's what I would be more, because fair is supposed to be the law, but fair when it comes to, I'm saying,
Right.
logically, you would
I
think
get it.
that everybody, you know what I'm saying, and that's what I would think. You know what I'm saying, if I wasn't, inside the law a little bit still, but because because I understand what the law states and was supposed to be fair for all, right? But it's not fair when
Oh,
it comes to logic. What you think?
and I
Okay, well,
understand that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
understand
So
that, Angie, and I'm not like
yeah,
I said, I'm not one
yeah,
person to make excuses for nobody's behavior, none of that type of stuff, right? I'm
right,
just going off of, for example, so a couple of you guys are in the chat, you guys are disagreeing with my thing and think I'm fair, whatever, right? I get all that. Now, would you, if you ever saw five people commit one crime or knowingly knew about this crime allegedly or participated in it or you know uh uh, uh did the crime themselves or knew about it or drove someone there or whatever, do you think they should be charged? Would you guys charge them, or would you say, you know what, we're gonna leave them out and we're just gonna charge one out of the five? You would charge all five, would you guys not? No, and this is okay.
yeah.
And let me be clear, right? You guys are saying that it was someone marrying a minor. So if you guys don't stand for quote unquote pedophile behavior, why wouldn't you guys want those four charged? If they knowingly knew that a grown man married a minor, allegedly, why wouldn't you want them charged? Is it because it's R. Kelly? And I'm not sticking up for nobody saying none of that. I'm just asking you guys, would you guys want those four charged as well if you guys think that he married a minor? That's just what I'm just. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that's
It
what
has
you're
nothing
trying
to
to
do with
say.
fair. It has nothing to do with fair. But that's just, if that's what you guys think is a, that if there's a crime that took place, why would you not hold all accountable, not just one person because of who they are, or I hate this person, or I don't like them, or whatever the case.
But you know
That's
what,
just
Dom?
my
I
point.
think for the,
I don't know.
I think,
I don't know.
but Dom, I think for the most part, most of the people do hold the rest of them more than just him responsible. I've heard that over and over again. Sometimes it may not be verbalized a lot because we don't,
But why not?
R. Kelly's the
But
only
why
one on
not? They
trial.
verbalize about R. Kelly though, and I'm like I
Right.
said, I'm not defend. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I
Because
mean,
he R.
it's like you
Kelly's the
got to
only one
be
on trial.
fair.
Yeah.
You got to be, and I get it. He's not the one. He's the one on trial. They're not the one on trial. They're not the one who allegedly slept with a minor, but they knew. So, and
Right.
I'm talking. I'm speaking from your guys' terms, from your guys'
Right.
mindset. So they knew about this though. So why would you not hold them just because they didn't allegedly sleep with the minor? Why would you not hold them accountable as well? That's mind boggling.
Well,
You
but
feel what I'm
here's the
saying?
thing, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's like,
And
for example, if your boyfriend, right, was sleeping with a minor and you knew about it, Angie, and they went and charged the guy, I would want you charged too. I would want you charged too because you
okay.
knowingly knew this man was sleeping with that person. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter if they slept with the person or
Yeah.
not. It's like you were knowingly about it. And I'm not saying that happened. I'm speaking from, these people's terms that think he did this.
But see,
So
there's the thing, right? First, here's the thing, right? If they, if you are, when they speak to, this gonna be kind of hard to get, but when they speak to knowing, right? That word knowingly, that word knowingly, it doesn't actually mean that in a lot of, in most cases, it doesn't actually mean that someone knew that a crime was taking place. That they're speaking to knowingly is that your mindset of the perpetrator. They're talking about,
mhm.
you the perpetrator, the defendant, knowingly did this shit. That's what they're saying. The perpetrator knowingly did this shit. They're speaking to the mens rea, which is the mindset. The mens rea is the mindset. The actus rea is the person's behavior. So, and that's in law. So that's what they're speaking to. They're not saying that, okay, someone knowingly did this, knowingly knew this happened or whatever, didn't say anything. I don't think that there is a law. There is a precedent in law for that in every crime. You know what I'm saying? That may be a legal standard, right? But when they talk about knowingly in a case, as far as a charge or whatever, they're saying that the perpetrator knowingly knew that he was doing this. They do that just in case you come back and say, "Well, I didn't know that I was doing this," because you know what they're saying about the law. Just because not knowing is not excuse of a law or whatever they say, whatever. You can't come back and say, "Well, I didn't know I was doing this," because, like I said, we're getting a little deep.
Right.
We
And I'm
also
not
have,
like
yeah, yeah,
I
we also have excuses when it comes to a criminal's reasoning. All right, that's another part of, we're going into other areas of the law. So it's all, what I'm saying, it's all over the place. And don't get me wrong, you got that is a good goddamn argument to be made that any reasonable person would think. You knew that this shit was going on. Why the hell you didn't know? Just take. Let me tell you something. Let me change this around. Let me take it somewhere else where you could understand this. So if somebody knew that a bank robbery was taking place or whatever, that was going to take place, you ain't say nothing, you ain't do nothing, whatever, your ass could be looked at for conspiracy. See
Right. That's
how
what I'm
unfair
saying.
this shit
Because
is?
you're
You see what I'm
complicit.
saying? It's unfair, right? It's unfair.
Right.
That's why I work. That's why I volunteer with judicial reform. Because to me, the gaps should be closed a little tighter than that. I
Right.
mean,
And
why
I
would
see.
that
Okay.
be?
So
You see what I'm
also
saying?
too. Yeah. I understand that, but also
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is it's one thing. Like if for example you told me right now on live, you was like, shit, I'm about to go rob a bank, on Friday. And I'm like, oh, that's what's up, whatever. You go end up robbing the bank or whatever, that's different. I'm not involved with that. You see what I'm saying? It's one thing about just, oh, you told
But
me, I know
you
about
but
whatever.
you knew.
It's another thing to be I get it, but what I'm saying is it's one thing to be actually involved. These people were all involved. Okay, for example, someone was saying, well, the guy, what's his name? The minister or whatever, he just got the paperwork, looked at it, and married him, allegedly, right? But it's like
Mm.
you know who that was though at that time. You would know that's you feel what I'm saying? Like you would have known who that was. So I'm just that's
But see,
complicit.
but did he know and performed an illegal action? That's what I'm saying. Knowing and performing an illegal action is different than. And another thing, and I don't know. The chat maker tell me. Did the pastor say that he knew that the girl was underage? So that makes the difference. He can't be held liable for that because he ain't no shit. Did the
I
pastor
don't
know
know.
that she was
I
underage?
don't
Because
know.
if I'm not
I
mistaken, think about it. They had to get the IDs, you know, to trick the people that married them and filed a goddamn marriage certificate and stuff like that. So they didn't know the crime stopped at Demetrius, right? If I'm not mistaken, is that right? Didn't the crime stop at Demetrius? Right. So if the crime stopped
well,
at Demetrius, the pastor and the lady who filed the paperwork and all that, they can't be held responsible.
but okay, but look, but okay, I gotta say this. You brought up another person. That person with the ID, what she did was illegal,
Right,
and she knew it. She knew it. I
right,
mean, that's probably a small charge. It ain't got it's a small charge, whatever. But it's like
right,
even that person should still be, and they probably might even said, if you don't testify, we will charge you with whatever,
right,
doing illegal, whatever. But that it's just mind-boggling to me that all these people can get no charges, but they're just charging one person, and all these moving parts are a part of it. Does that make sense? That's
right.
what
It
I don't
makes it
understand.
makes total sense. Yeah, like I said,
I,
hey,
I,
when it
I don't
comes to
understand that.
logic, yeah. But hey, shit, we ain't make the law. But let me get back to something
Yeah,
that
go ahead, go ahead. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry. So you're on
well,
charge two one, but yeah.
count one, right? And here's the thing, right? Um, so we're at count one, and then there are several acts under count one. What Here's the difference what I saw between the motions with Greenberg and with the ones that was Tom and Nicole filed, whatever. The motions that Greenberg filed, he was just trying to dismiss the racketeering case altogether, right? When Tom and Nicole tried to do it, they tried to dismiss certain counts and the acts and stuff, right? If they got some of that stuff to be dismissed and what have you, then therefore I would say that the RICO starts to crumble because now you don't have what you need. It could possibly now. I mean, and this is not without because I'm not going through and saying, okay, well they did these two crimes within 10 years, and and all the elements of that, qualifies, and the RICO will still stand. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this is just a possibility. So if and we doing this extra, and I just thought about this as I'm sitting here watching this, listening to you, and I'm not on the screen, so I don't know what they're saying in the chat. Like you have this count on count one, you have different acts. You have your act one, which is the bribery, act two, which is the racketeering when it comes to sexual exploitation of a child. You got your Act 3, which is the kidnapping. You have your Act 4, which is the Mann Act violation for something. I don't see what it is, but I'll keep going. Coercion and enticement is, I think, is one of them up under there. Then you have your Racketeer Act 5, which is Mann Act Jane Doe number 4, and so on and so forth. Just say if they are not proven some of the acts under that count, what does that do to the RICO? It could take disqualify that whole goddamn count. So this is a lot of moving parts, whatever. Yes, the RICO was the only vehicle they could possibly use to tie all this shit together. But if we're looking at what did they prove and what didn't they prove, it as far as the counts, it becomes a little more interesting, right? Because what if they
Right.
proved the bribery? So I'll say they did prove the bribery. They proved the
You
racketeering.
think so? You really think they proved the bribery?
Yeah. The bribery is real simple. Here it
Even
goes, right
but
here. Go
right,
ahead.
but even with Demetrius literally on the stand under oath saying that it was McDavid who directed him. You really think that?
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because with RICO and charges such as RICO, it's the three B's that we have over here. One, they're saying because women, because somebody said that R. Kelly talked to the pastor, knew the pastor, somebody, something like that. But it's the three B's. What? One is at the behest of R. Kelly. Two, at the y'all, I'm getting sleepy. At the on behalf of R. Kelly, and three, for the benefit of R. Kelly. So he's in all three of those B's. So at the end of the crime, a marriage happened. He was on the other end of he was at the end of that marriage. Him and Aaliyah.
Right. Okay.
So that's his benefit, right? On what was on behalf. Him he and Aaliyah was the one that got married. Again. On on behest of it, right? They were saying that he now that might be a little tricky, right? Because who idea was it? That may come into question. Who idea was it to get married? Did somebody tell him to get married? Or but I think they said that R. Kelly thought that if he married Aaliyah, then he wouldn't be held, to get in trouble for allegedly impregnating a minor or what have you, right? So they've already stipulated that. They've already. I don't know if that carried. I don't know how that's going to play into the head of the jury, being that Demetrius has such a prominent role in facilitating this. They're going to say
Right.
chiefly whose idea was it? Was it R. Kelly's idea or was it Demetrius? If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Demetrius just came up with the salute. Well, damn, that would still come on. Um, was that Demetrius' idea? I mean, how much of the idea is we gonna give to Demetrius? I don't know,
Right.
but I'm gonna still say they proved that
Uh,
bribery.
okay. So yeah. So
Still say
continue.
that.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
I was
I'm getting that.
okay.
Sexual
Okay.
exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 2. So that sexual exploitation was producing one of more visual depictions. Did the visual depiction come in for Jane Doe number 2? I'm still out on that one. I'm still out on the exploitation of Jane Doe number 2, and in that they're
Mhm.
talking about visual depictions that were produced using materials that have been mailed, shipped, and transported in interstate or in farmers' commerce. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
not sure about that, but when did that happen? See, you're looking at the dates. These are when these dates, when it comes to RICO, these dates become important because it has like two or more predicate acts happening within a 10-year
Within the
period.
10 year, yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
5, but then they have to charge you. I think it's within 10 years. I'm not. I think that's what it was. We read it one day on Sylvia's. I think it's it has to be charged within 5, but I think you have to be like allegedly doing those crimes within 10-year period or something like that. I believe.
Where when it has been indicted within 5 years when the crime was actually
Which
found.
actually
That's how
can,
yeah,
right, right.
right. That's why
Okay.
that's why that 19. I know people are like 1994 would actually be um would get caught up in a statute of limitations situation in 1994, obviously, right? Because with federal crimes, it's usually a 5 year, 5 year statute of limitations. However, because this is when the crime was actually found, or and they say they found out about the charge whenever they could have went back to 2014. So within that time frame, they were good as to bring that 1994 charge. So that's how I got in, and that's one of the reasons they use RICO as a vehicle, because
Right,
any other way it would have been, the statute of limitations would have ran on it. So
right.
um, and the statute of limitations told on those particular charges. So let's see. So what we got? So we got sexual exploitation as Jane Doe number 2. I still have a question mark about that. Kidnapping, Jane Doe number 3. Now, no, on to the grand jury. Who's Jane Doe number 3? By deceit and
That,
enticement. Now, who's that?
yeah. Well, see, 2 and 3, we didn't really know too much about. Remember, their
Right,
names were
right,
kind
right,
of, we didn't know much about them.
right. So here's the thing about kidnapping. Kidnapping isn't just what you think. And y'all, I'm not on the front of the screen, so I don't know what's going on in the chat. But kidnapping is just not what you think. I'm gonna take you by force and bye bye to your ass. That's not. It don't mean that. It can mean that it's something as simple as, okay, I call you and say, hey Dom, meet me to the park. Right. When we
Mhm.
get to the park, you say, hey, I say, hey Dom, I got to go to my house to get some keys or whatever that I lost. You come with me. But
Mhm.
I wasn't going there to get no keys and none of that shit. I have been kidnapped your ass. You know what I'm saying? So I'm, you know, fooling,
Mm,
tricking you to go somewhere else, right? I don't know if number 3 was proved. I don't know about
right.
that. So I'll put a
And
question mark
also
on that
too,
one too.
you also gotta keep in mind too. This isn't people who he was. I get what you're saying. That it's not just like the traditional, like, oh, I'm gonna go to the store, take you, put you in my car, and drive off. Of course, that's kidnapping, right? But in
Hmm.
this instance, these are all people, women who were fans of the man, and wanted to be with him, and he was buying him things and all this and the third. So it wasn't like he was just holding them hostage. Like, even all these women have said that they can leave and go freely. They can come and go freely. So it wasn't.
But
You see what I'm saying?
yeah, but I'm glad you kept talking, because I had to read a little further, which I really have to look at this testimony, because I'm going to put this in the no category. Because reason why I'm putting
Okay.
this in the no category, because as I read a little further, it said, and remember I said, y'all, you have to prove every element of the crime. This is what they got listed in here. They said against her will and induced Jane Doe number 3 by deceit and enticement to go from one place to another with the intent secretly to confine her against her will. I
But
don't
did they
remember
prove
hearing
it?
that part. That's what I'm saying. I didn't remember hearing nothing
Yeah.
about right. So that right there, I'm gonna put in a no category until I can read about did they say and did they prove that that last little part um entice her to go from one place to another with intent secretly to confine her against her will. I don't remember
Right.
hearing nothing like that. So that
Right.
would be
And
scary as
Danny,
hell.
I did not say that. That's not what I meant. She said you can't kidnap fans either. That's illegal. Of course. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is that these are people who wanted to sleep with him, be with him, and even all of these women who even are turning against him and stuff, they've said they can leave and go freely. So it's not
yeah.
like, I mean, come on now. If you didn't like
And
it, you
this
could have left. I mean,
And
But
this is
continue.
the
Sorry.
element they have in here. This is not a Dom element. This is not an Angie element. This is the element that they have in here. They said by deceit and enticement to go from one place to another with intent, secretly to confine her against her will. This is what they put in here. I'm just reading it.
Right.
So I
Okay.
don't know if they proved that. Okay, I didn't hear nothing
Okay.
about that. Yeah, so I don't know
Okay.
if they proved
So
that.
okay. So that's the first charge you think is. I'm just going. So we're on three, right?
We on let's see, bribery was one, exploitation of the child was two, kidnapping was three, right?
So one you think is guilty, two you think is
Question mark.
or question mark, and then three question mark. Okay.
Three,
Just
three. I got
side.
no. I got no.
No. Okay. Not guilty. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Cause I didn't hear that last element. I didn't hear that, but I
Okay.
could be wrong.
Which
Yeah, I could be
changed.
wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Now number four, the Mann Act violation. Let me see. They would say the transportation. Let me see what. Okay, defendant together with the known intention to transfer individual to injury comes to six. Okay, who was this? Number three. Oh, we don't see. We don't know who that is.
That was yeah. The two and three we didn't really know
Yeah, we
much
don't
about. Yeah.
know. Right.
As
Let's
far as like
see.
name wise and
Right.
specific, they weren't just out there like that.
Right. So the transportation part, and this is broken up. This particular man act is broken up into um some some subs. So one is the transportation. Two is the coercion and enticement. Let me see. The part A, I could say yes to. The part B is record intentionally conversation for a charge of consent. Engage in sexual touching of. You know what? Okay, coercion and enticement. So that means he lied. That kind of would tie back to the kidnapping of this particular. I bet it's the same Jane. Okay, this is the same Jane Doe. So that can tie. So no wonder they broke it out like that. Okay, to make it fit. Okay, so they're saying that that coercion and enticing kind of going with the kidnapping. You see what I'm saying? How they building this out? That's
Okay.
between 2000 and let me see, 3 and 4. Let me see what the kidnapping says. That 2003 and 4 with the kidnapping. All right, so they trying to tie that part in. So now you look at this. I don't look at this shit like this. I don't look at it during the lives like this. So
It's
2000,
confusing. Yeah. Very
yeah,
confusing.
yeah, 2003 and 2004. See, that's the dates they use with that kidnapping. You see how they tie, of course, they got the transportation and they got that under the coercion and enticement. When you see what they say engage in sexual activity, cross state lines, um, say they touching and fondling her sex organs for his sexual gratification, which is explaining, the man act. And then it said during the commission of the kidnapping. So they did tie this goddamn part to the kidnapping. Got it. I see what they're trying to do here. All right. So on that whole thing with her, I
Hmm.
am going to say no to yet. I'm gonna say no with the whole thing. I have to because I'm looking at it as a whole. So I don't know.
Okay.
I have to say no to that one. So that was which one was that?
Two and three counts, or two and three.
At three and four, I'm gonna say no.
Three and
Yeah,
four. Sorry. Three and four.
yeah.
Okay.
Act
Counts three
three
and
and
four.
four. That's act three and
Okay.
four. It's
Or
count
act three
one,
and
but
four
act
rather.
three and
Sorry.
four. Okay, count
Act three and
one,
four. Okay.
3 and 4. So I'm gonna put no to that. Cause
All right. Yeah. Can
um,
you write it down? I'm not writing it
yeah,
down
I'm
right
writing it
now.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
count one, act 3 and 4. I'm gonna say no. Okay.
Hmm.
So where are we with this? Okay, so we're going to racketeering act, man act, Jane Doe. This is Act 5, and we're doing man act. Let's see what they said about this one. Okay, did knowingly intentionally persuade, induce, and entice. course, individual who had not attained age 18. Okay, this is supposed to be a minor. Danger number four is okay. We know what this is. Okay, we already know what this is. All right, knowing that the grand jury in sexual activity for be charged with offense under 17 and all that. I think they proved that. So I'm gonna go yes with that. They did prove that. That's pretty simple. Um, Gender number four, forced labor. Let's see what they say about this. This is Racketeering Act number 6, y'all. So we on count one, act 6. Let's
Hmm.
see. This is forced labor. Okay, let's see what they say for forced labor. Did knowingly intentionally obtain the labor or services for persons with Jane for by force threats, physical restraint, huh? Serious harm or threats of harm, cause a person to believe that if she did not perform such labor, which is the sex, um, the sex, maybe the sex with him and the sex with others. Maybe that's that. Is that what they're trying to say? I don't know what she
I
testified.
I think so. Is that
Okay,
for Jane Doe? Which one? Which
number
Jane Doe is
four,
that?
four.
Okay. Okay. I think
So
so.
okay, so they're saying sex with him, sex with others. She had
Well,
sex
I think it's
interest.
because she said. I think it's because she said that he forced her to have sex with his friends or something like that.
She said that. Okay, I was just guessing
I
at it.
think I
Okay,
think that's I think
okay,
that's the Jane Doe you're talking about. I'm not.
right, right.
That
Jane
is
Doe number four.
I think that's JP, right?
Right, right.
Right. I think
So
she did say that. Yeah.
right. So then she had the shirt and all of that. So, yeah, I'm gonna
But
have to.
the shirt wasn't really. I think they had an issue with the t-shirt though. It was something conflicting with that, if I'm not mistaken. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say because I'm looking at what I'm looking at the whole package that she had to
Mhm.
go, go along with it. So I'm gonna have to say yeah to that one. Okay, she's coming up on Jane Doe. So number 7. This is count one, act 7. We got act
Mhm.
7 here.
Okay.
Um,
So you think so you said guilty on that count of having basically having sex with her. Period.
yeah, and
As
forcing
as
her.
a minor and
Right.
forcing her
As
to. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's where the forced labor comes in. And I don't know her testimony, what was her story or whatever. But if that's what you say she said, then I'm gonna have to go with yeah on that. Now
And let me just be clear to people. I'm not I'm not agreeing with what Angie's saying. Okay? I'm just asking her, what does she think so far of the trial? What counts? What does she think is guilty, not guilty? So when I'm saying okay, I'm not saying yes, I agree with that. I'm just saying
right,
okay to what you're thinking. So
correct,
I
and
just want
vice
people to, I
versa.
don't
I'm
want people
not
to think.
agreeing to what he's saying either.
Right,
Vice
right,
versa.
right. I don't
Yeah.
want people to think that. They're gonna be like, "Well, you was over there saying he did that
Okay,
shit." Like, no, no,
okay.
that's not what I'm
Like
saying.
damn.
That ain't what I'm saying. I want to clear that
Right,
up. I'm just asking her what she thinks, what counts, what's guilty, not guilty, whatever. And I'm just saying,
right.
okay,
And I
okay.
got
So,
I have a goddamn exercise that I've been talking about that's coming up that I've already put the shit out there. So going through this is kind of like getting me a head start on the damn exercise. All right, so don't
okay,
kill Don, don't kill me.
yeah,
Shit.
don't kill me.
Okay,
I don't want no
damn.
parts of that. I
You
want
was
no
at the
parts of that
ops.
shit.
You was at the ops. Oh my god.
Right.
No,
Hey,
find
Dom
something
K
else
don't
to
want no
do.
parts of that.
Right.
Just having a
So
conversation. That's all.
right. That's a damn shame we got to put it out like that. Okay. So number 7 is racketeering act number 7 is child exploitation of a child. Gender number 4. This is the visual depictions. I don't know if number 4. I'm gonna say no to that because I don't know if they got number 4 in there. I don't know about the visual depictions of number 4, and it's engaged sexually explicit conduct for producing visual depictions. I don't know, and I don't know if they finished yet. I don't know what was the tapes, who was in it. I don't know. Let me take it from no. I'm gonna put out a question mark by it because they're not finished. I'm
Okay.
gonna put a question mark by that. So they're not finished with that. Ratchet Act number 7. Okay. Man Act number 5. We know who that is. That is Count 1 Act 8. Count 1 Act 8. Let's see. We got the transportation in there. That's
Keep
where
in
they're
mind
talking about.
though, remember,
Uh,
you know the whole picture though. So keep that in mind too.
right. I'm keeping it in
With like
mind.
the parents. Yeah, okay, okay. Sorry.
The,
Go ahead.
right. No, no. I'm keeping it in mind. Also, as I look up under transportation, they have that STD. They have the herpes stuck up under there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now there is
Mm,
this dates that
that's
they're using. Yeah, the dates they're using is 2015. Now it is now based on the testimony, the documentation is well documented that he had herpes prior to that time, 2015. So I'm looking
but
at
did
that.
she though? They don't know. She was sexually active prior to him.
But remember, I said the prosecution is going to use the date he knew that he had herpes, and the crime is in the exposure. Whether she got it from him or not, the crime is did he disclose that he had herpes at that time? That's
Right.
the crime.
And I don't think oh yeah, it's for you. My bad. Go ahead.
No, no,
Sorry.
no. I'm just saying, did he? No, you could. No, tell me what you're thinking, because I feed off of
No,
that.
no, no. I'm the interviewer. You go ahead, Angie.
All right, all right, all right, okay, all right. Don is doing a Michael Jackson moonwalk. You ain't gonna pin his ass on this shit.
Hey, nah, no, 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 no. Go ahead. Not
Don't
guilty.
kill
Go
Don
ahead.
Kane. Don't can't kill Kane. God damn. So let him live. So 2015, by this time there was a number of people that have said that they have been exposed to herpes, and some have had herpes, and R. Kelly was the person doing the exposure per what they're saying. So this is let me see how many parts to this. I think this is a two part. Yeah, so this is a two part. So they have the herpes stuck up there in part A of it. Then in the coercion and enticement, that's part B. Let me see. They're using the same date, violation of health. They got it in there stuck 2 times. So let me see what is the coercion and enticement of it. Both dates and approximately inclusive are the RSK together with other known intentionally persuade and induce entice force individual. Okay. So they got him in the transport and they got him in the coercion. It's all about the herpes. So I'm going to have to say, yeah, they proved that. Man Ag Jane Doe number 5. Yeah, they proved that. But it's all about the herpes on both A and B. Okay,
Wow.
huh? Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Because I'm
I disagree, but yeah. Go ahead.
well, I get what you're saying, but this is about the law. Okay, it's about
Mm,
the law.
mm,
I get what you're saying.
that's
Let's
crazy.
see. A Racketeer Act number 9. So we're on count one, number 9. Jane Doe back on Jane Doe number 5. Well, now, how can they do that? This is pretty much the same thing.
Sidebar. Just
Yeah.
sorry to just go off because she keeps posting it. Keep the truth. I see she's been clicking this link. So I clicked the link, right? And it's testimony, or it's, it's like the little reporters or whatever saying, I guess it's on Twitter saying that, Angela, this person, claims that R. Kelly sexually abused her as a teenager, testified on Monday, 9/13. She walked in on R. Kelly, who was 24, performing oral sex on Aaliyah, 12 to 14 at the time. Um, my thing with Angela is you got on Surviving R. Kelly. you've got on Larry's panel, you've gotten on other motherfuckers' panel, and not one time did you ever say you slept with R. Kelly. Not one time. Why didn't you ever say that R. Kelly abused you or you had sex with him? Why is that? Same thing with Sparkle. Sparkle never admitted to. That's just a sidebar. She never admitted to. She went on Breakfast Club, all these interviews that she never had sex with him. Like, I'm just confused at why people have to lie about shit. But continue. Sorry.
All right. No, I get you. I get you. I
Sorry.
mean, yeah, no, you good. So we talking about let's see, number nine, right? All right, let me tell you what's up under number nine, because number nine is kind of loaded. One, you got the transportation, right? This is the Man Act. You have the transportation. You have number one is engaging into intercourse uh, cross state lines as a minor. You have that. That's part A of it. Part B is coercion and enticement of it. You have the unlawful sexual intercourse over across state lines under coercion and enticement, right? You got that. That's part B. Part C is coercion of a minor. But that's almost a given, right? It's cross state lines. She's a minor. You're having sex. So with that, under number nine, that's like that was proven, right?
But you
Number
think?
five.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
listening. Nah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
listening. I'm gonna just listen.
Oh shit, there's a part D. I ain't know this. I ain't see this. Part D. Let me see. Transportation of a minor. Under state, under 18, over state lines, having unlawful sex. Yeah. So I think they proved nine. You got 10. Now here's the 10 where I have to put it as under the question mark. We don't know yet because it's sexual exploitation of a minor. This is the visual depiction. Unless, and I'm not on the screen unless somebody can tell me that um, we don't know. We don't know if gender number five was in will be in the recordings or whatever. And this is sexual exploitation. So I am waiting to hear that it was some kind of sexual, depiction of a minor. If so I'm gonna have to put number 10 under a question mark. Let
Okay.
me ask 10. Damn, ask 11, because I'm just gonna do count one.
You've
So
been writing them down though, like which one's
I'm writing down.
guilty, not. Okay.
Yeah, I'm writing down because
Okay.
when I go do the damn exercise, I'm gonna be going right off the sheet. Cause so I'm
Right.
so I'm
So
doing
you
count one.
pre
Right.
exactly. You pre getting
Yeah.
it done.
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay.
it done. That's right. Free getting it done. So forced labor, gender number five. Um, this is let's see what they're saying. They're saying in Georgia. So I'm talking about in Georgia, the threats of force, labor, means of scheme of plan. Did they make? So she said her testimony saying that he made her have sex with. If this is a testimony, have sex with him and others, right? And if she did not do it, she believed that she would be harmed. That is what's listed here. I didn't hear the testimony, but I'm gonna
Right.
have to go with what I think they said that she said it or what have you. I believe, yeah, she said that she had to have sex with others. What JP said she had to have sex with Bubba and them. Um, I'm thinking what number five, she said that she had to do it with other people. He made her do it. So I'm gonna have to say that they proved number 11. I'm gonna have to say that. God damn, they got number 12. This is Jane Doe number 6. So this got to be with the herpes. So we're at count one. Act number 12. I'm pretty sure this got to do. Let me see. Let me see. This happened in New York, 2017. Um, Trying to be charged with violations of reckless endangerment. They're talking about public health. So this is the herpes. Uh, they're saying that this happened in New York. This is with the herpes. And unprotected sex with her. Okay, so we got that. We got part A, unprotected sex, exposing to the with the herpes. Got that. We knew that. So this happened in 2017. We knew that it was established that he had herpes long before 2017. That the exposure is the crime in it. So we got A. We got that checked for yes. They proved that. B. Let's see. Coerced her to persuade to travel, engage in the sex. To charge of criminal offense violation. They dealing with the herpes on part B with the coercion. So we got the herpes. So we have to say with this is faith. So gender number 6, Act 12. We're gonna have to say that that was proved. Let me see. Please don't be Act number 13. Okay. And there is Act 13 with gang gender number 6. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. 13, we have forced labor. Who was somebody else texting me? Who is this? Sorry, Dom. Let's see what's this. Hold on. Yeah, honey. Baby, they be texting me, honey, while I'm live. We get it out the
I think
mud.
I th- I
Live.
think I think she trying to get your attention, but I looked at it.
I'm off,
She's
I'm
probably
off
trying
on
to.
another screen, so I'm not sure who
Yeah,
that is.
I saw it. So it's
Okay. Okay. I'm on another.
I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to finish what what you was doing.
Okay. All right. So, number, well, on 13, racketeering Act 13. This is also on gender number 6. This is the forced labor. Okay. Now, the known intention to obtain the labor and services of a person. Then number 6, by means of force, threats, physical restraint, by means of serious harms. So is this where the where Russell comes in by the threats of schemes? So what was the forced labor in that in California?
Well, there was what happened was um this is FR, right?
Right.
So she actually reached out. Like, I guess they exchanged numbers at a show, whatever the case may be, and she hit him up. They were seeing each other, and then whatever happened, and then she claimed he had herpes. That he gave her herpes, and then she put the lawsuit on him, and then that was with uh Don, and all that whole situation with Don. Yeah.
Mm, okay. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, John. Let's see what it is. Okay. All right. So with this is I'm on count one. I'm on Act 13. This is forced labor and Jane Doe number 6. Okay, so they're saying that in California around 2018, January 2018, together with others did knowingly intentionally obtain the labor and services of a person to which Jane Doe number 6 by means of force, threats of force, physical restraint, and threats of physical restraint to a person or another person by means of serious harm, threats and serious harm to that person, another person, and by means of a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause such person to believe that if a person did not perform such labor and services, such a person would suffer serious harm, physical restraint, and a combination of such means in violation of 18 USC section um, 1589 and 2. So what I think this is when they're saying that DR said that the labor of a person. What was the labor? The labor didn't necessarily have to be sex, right? The
Mm-hmm.
labor could be what was the labor? What was her testimony?
Um, she said, basically he gave her herpes. I mean, that's basically what was the main thing. But obviously they were saying that Don Russell, was threatening to put her pictures out, sent her threatening letters, and they
But what
funny.
was it? But what was he telling her that she had to do? You understand? Because in
Um,
this right here,
I think I
this
missed.
forced
Go
labor,
ahead.
this doesn't have anything to do with any
Yeah, I, yeah,
any
there was none of
STD,
that.
right?
Yeah,
So
there
there
was
was
there was
no
none of that.
STD
Yeah,
in this. Because if there
no.
was the STD, they would have
Actually,
put
no.
in
Hold on,
you.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I do think she did say. I think that was. I haven't really watched the last week and a half. I've been busy with school, but I do think that she did say that he forced her to. I think. Well, she didn't say force, but she said that he wanted her to like take off her clothes the first time in the hotel room, and she didn't want to do it, or she was uncomfortable. That was like what she said. That she was like uncomfortable and didn't want to do it, but he like made her, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I
Like
think they
basically, yeah,
took care of
yeah,
that in part B, right, of Act 12, right? The coercion and enticement. This
right,
is Act
right.
13. This is a fresh forced labor. And when I read this, I don't see anything that indicate that they were talking about the STD. I don't see anything that indicates that they were talking about when he said that when she said that when Don went on the YouTube, I think the YouTube channels, and he was showing her parts or whatever. This is a fresh situation. This is a different date. This is January 13th of 2018 within the Central District of California and elsewhere.
So, so Danny in the chat is saying, I don't think it's this person, but they're saying that this was the one with the gun in the room and the recording of her. But I don't remember that. But
The gun
I
in
don't
the
know.
room and the
I don't think I
recording.
missed. I don't think I got that. Yeah, I don't think it was for that Jane Doe. I don't think that was, but I could be wrong. So I just don't think that was that Jane Doe.
So
But
if this was the gun in the room on 2018 in January, and this is a testimony,
I don't think that was her. I have to go look. Hold on.
yeah. So
I don't think that was her.
I'm gonna put this in the question mark thing because if this is that situation, then I'll say they proved it. If this is the one with Don Russell, showing her body, her parts or
That's for
whatever,
sure. That's for sure the one with Don Russell. I just don't think that the one with the gun in the room was Jane Doe 6. I think it was one of the uncharged ones that said that they saw a gun in the room. That's what I'm, if I
right,
remember. That's
right,
what I think. I have to go back and
right,
look. But that's what I think.
because
So
this is saying by means of, but wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. They must be it got to be the gun in the room because it says by means of force, threats of force, physical restraint, and threats of physical restraint to which a person or another person by means of serious harm and threats of serious harm to that a person or another person and by means of scheme, plan a and patterns intended to cause such person to believe that if that person did not perform such labor and services, such a person would suffer serious harm and physical restraint and a combination of such means in violation. Okay, 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 okay. That
yeah,
could
I
very
don't.
that could be either or both, but it's on or about January 13th. So we're gonna put a we're gonna put a check in till somebody can verify that. I'm not on
Yeah,
that
I have
one,
to
so
go back and look.
yeah.
I have
So
to go
I'm
back and look on that one. Yeah,
let me see. Is there 14?
because I
Oh
don't
boy.
see anything about that in the article that I'm reading. I have the transcript. I have to go back and look at the transcript though. But
Right.
okay, we'll go back to that one. But
Yeah. So
okay,
I put that in the question mark part. And 14. Okay, 14. This is a Mann Act. This is Jane Doe number 6. This is transportation, East District of New York, interstate commerce intent to individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged criminal offense with violation of New York Penal Code law. So this is the STD with this one. So this okay. A is the transportation. B is this Penal Code law section 120.20 that reckless endangerment. Part B is the STD. Okay, so we know that, and so they did prove that. So they did prove that. That's the STD. So yeah, they did prove that. All right. So I'm not gonna do count. No, I'm the count. I'm not gonna do count two. So count one, we got count one. We got X. One is yes, proved. Two was the bribery, right? Was two? What was Act two? Let me go back up. For some reason I don't have Act two. Wait a minute. Act two. Come on. So count two is the sexual exploitation of Jane Doe number two in 1999. So, purpose of this one we don't know about that. We don't know, so that is a question mark. So we don't know. They just started showing whatever the audio and and they're supposed to show some kind of video. So number two, that's a question mark. Number three and four, I have no. Number five and six, I have yes, yes. Number seven, I'm coming out. There's a question mark. Number eight and nine, yes, yes. Number 10, question mark. Number 11 and 12, yes, yes. Number 13, question mark. Number 14 is yes. All right, let me come around the front and get who was that? Oh, Dom, you had is that the real Dom? Okay. All
yeah, my
right.
bad. It ended. I'm
Okay.
not sure what happened.
Okay. All right. So that's what I have. That's what I went through. So I got one, two, three, so on
Yeah,
the
keep. I can see.
count one, I got eight, eight, eight for yes. Let's see, one, two. I have two for no. That's 10, and I have one, two, three, four. I have four. I have a question mark because either they've given a maybe a little testimony. I mean, like I don't know, but they have this video and audio supposed to come out. I'm saying I gotta wait to hear that. So that's a total of 14 answers I got, and that's 14 count. So that's what I have to count one.
Hmm.
So yeah, all right. See, these people
So
be
you
on
so
it.
you so you think guilty on that one,
On what the last one?
on the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got guilty on. Okay, so it's count one, and these are the acts. So I got acts guilty on act one, five, six, eight, 9, 11, 12, and 14. I have not guilty on 3 and 4, and that's it. And I'm not sure on
On that one.
on 2 7, 10, and 13.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm probably
And that was
completely wrong, but yeah, that's what I
and that
got.
was on count. That was on count racketeering count.
One. All
What
this
number
is
was
on
that?
count one, but
On
these
one,
are
right? Count one.
yeah,
The acts in the count, right? Okay.
right. So we count one,
Okay.
acts 1 through 14, because there's 14 acts in that count one, and yeah, that's what I have. So I have 8
8
guilty,
guilty and then 4 not guilty. Or you were up in
8
the air
guilty,
about some.
yeah, 8 guilty, 2 not guilty, and 4 I'm not sure yet, because to me the if there has been testimony it wasn't strong enough, so I'm waiting for this. Most of this has to do with the visual depictions. So right now, they just started on that yesterday. Listening to that yesterday.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Now if you had to, okay, so basically, let's just say the other two you said not guilty, right? So let's say 8 guilty, 4 not guilty, right? Let's say that's what you still have to do the research on. We still have to do the research on the two, but let's just say you do 4 not guilty, 8 guilty. What would you, as the judge, sentence him to regarding just those counts? What would be your sentence? I know people in the chat are gonna say a million years and fucking life, and that's bullshit. But what would you
So
sentence?
okay, let me look at the hold on, because I would do it by the guidelines. So let me look at how many. Let me go all the way down and see how many counts there are. Hold on for one, because I know they said the minimum is 10 years in prison, right?
Right, but then they'll usually run it concurrently though, rather than consecutive, where they just add it on. It'll just be all one. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but
Depending
so yeah,
on,
this is the
you
other
know.
part. Well, yeah, this is the other part of the exercise. Well, yeah, which is the sentencing is going to be. They call this aggregate because it's multiple sentencing, and it has the jurisdictions, the two jurisdictions as well as the state. So when it comes
Okay, but
to, go ahead.
no, I'm just reading the chat, and Lil Red, he's saying Keith Rainier got 120. These are two different cases. You can't. One case might get. I've seen crazy cases get nothing, and I've seen tax evasion for $2 million get 3 months in prison. Then I've seen other cases who scammed 8,000 in PPP who got 14 years. Like it really is. It's not. You can't just base it off of another case. It's different circumstances. He's never been convicted of nothing. So continue. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Count 9. I'm just looking at all the different counts. So when it comes to what I was talking about earlier, when it comes to federal, you got a federal case here and you got another federal case. It's actually supposed to run consecutively. However, the judge can make it run concurrently. When you have
Mm-hmm.
you have a case like in one jurisdiction, a case in another jurisdiction. It's
Right.
different. It'll run concurrently when you have multiple charges in the same jurisdiction. So that's the difference. Multiple
I thought it
charges.
was. I thought it. Yeah. No.
Say
I
that
thought
again.
it was when you have multiple charges, and then obviously it could be in the same, or it could be in two separate states or two separate cases, like in this instance, and they could run them concurrently, and they'll just
No,
add.
no.
So like, for example, I'm just hypothetically speaking, if I got
Right.
sentenced to 10 years here in California and I got sentenced to 10 years in Florida, they could just say, you know what, we're just going to send it to you to 10 altogether, and they'll just put the two together for one sentence rather than consecutively would be 10 plus 10. Oh, you're getting 20 years.
Okay. When it comes to this, it's going to be, you're going to be charged by count, not by case. So when you charge
Okay.
by count, yeah, when you get charged by count, then he can give by count. You can get like I think what it is with the RICO, it's 30 months the least you can get. So you're gonna get charged by count. You get 30 months for count one, 30 months for count two. This is the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's charged by count, you can run. The judge can say they're gonna run each count concurrently. But when it comes to having a whole nother case in a different jurisdiction, then
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be ran consecutively unless the judge says run them concurrently. Yes, I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. And then the state case can be ran, I think it's state multiples. I think that's I don't. I'll let me. I want to be sure before I say it the first time. So, but yeah. So that's how that works. That's why I'm saying with this particular case, if you are anti R. Kelly, you would want them to convict, and you would want to make sure that they proved each count in this RICO.
Mm-hmm.
Because if just say the judge, like I gave the example earlier, just say the judge say, okay, just say he got found guilty of all counts, right? And let's see, how many counts is it?
Right.
It's nine counts, right? Unless something changes, nine counts, right? So just say he got charged with all nine. If I'm not mistaken, they have put out that he could face from 10 years to
To
life,
life.
right?
Yeah, it's 10 to life. Yeah.
Yeah, just say if he only got guilty of five counts, and so we're gonna break that in half. We're gonna split it in half. Just say for the sake of not doing math, five counts will equal the minimum of 5 years.
Right.
Okay, so he goes to Chicago in the federal case.
Mm-hmm. And that
Here's
would
some
be just in New York. You're saying that's
right,
just in New York.
just in
Okay.
New York. Just as he goes to Chicago. All right. Keep in mind, plea deals are always on the table, right? Say he gets good plea attorney, maybe Koenig is a good plea man. Who knows? I don't know. They talk to Chicago. Maybe the plea could mirror, and this is a long shot or whatever, but I was told my idea of a justification excuse for a defense would be also a long shot, which was the diminished capacity excuse. But it seems like
Mm-hmm.
Cannon is going for a excuse um, defense because it answers the evidence. Can't like say that evidence don't exist or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he's giving an excuse defense. That's actually what it's called. An excuse defense is in the exculpatory under the
So,
title of discuss. I'm sorry, of an exculpatory defense, which is a justification defense. Go ahead, Don.
no, I was just like what do you mean by like whatever you just sorry, you said excuse defense. What does that mean?
Excuse. This is actually what it's called. I'm not making this up. That's what this is what it's called. What it means is
Oh,
that
okay.
it's an excuse, right? Because
Okay.
the evidence in this particular, with the exculpatory defenses, justification defenses, it means that we have, it's either, the top two is diminished capacity, meaning the defendant did it, but he lacked reasoning, right? Therefore, he should be found not guilty. With an
Mm-hmm.
excuse defense, within the other, the sister to that defense is the excuse defense, means that the defendant did it. But
He did
here's
or
why.
did not.
Well, it
He did
happened.
or
That's
did.
what I mean. It happened. Which actually mean it did.
Oh
He did
wow.
it. It happened. But here's why. Here's why, right? And this is why I think that he's going along with this. And you may see he may add in some of the diminished capacity in it, which will also play well, just in case he is, if he is convicted, they've already laid out the groundwork when it comes to mitigating factors, because
So
the defense
basically, so
wanted.
basically, what you're saying is that they would admit to whatever he's charged with, but this is why he did it. That's what you're saying.
Right, right. This is why it occurred, right? This is why it happened. It happened because,
Mm.
no, listen, it happened because this is the only way you're going to address the evidence. You can't tell the jury not to look at the evidence when it exists. So this is why he got involved with JP, because she lied about her age. This is why he got involved with AZ, because she lied about her age. This is
Mm.
why I'm being crafty with the defense, right? As far as this
Mm.
one, this is why he got married to you know Aaliyah, because he was told that this would be the best way to get out of this situation, or the best way not to be, you know, criminally negligent, because he was told to do this. And given his lack of reasoning, his logic, he thought that this was legal. He's not a lawyer. He's not legally astute. He didn't know that he was committing a crime. If we play to his reasoning, and reasoning is always at the forefront when it comes to crimes. All right, let me see. What other stuff is he charged with? Okay, that we can give an excuse for. I'm not making this up, guys. This is what it's called. If you don't believe me, look it up. Okay, look it up. So let me see. What else did he? What else? What else was he charged for that they have evidence that we can make an excuse?
And you talking about in Chicago or like Illinois
No, in
or
in
New
New
York?
York. In New York.
Oh,
What is he charged?
I
Let's
thought we
see.
was on Illinois.
Uh-uh.
Damn. I thought we was on
Yeah, I'm,
I'm
I'm talking
tripping.
about what I think the way Canic is going with this. That
Oh
there,
shit.
yeah,
I thought we
yeah,
was okay.
yeah. We move fast over here. We move
Oh,
fast,
okay.
and they be with it.
That
They be
movie
like, yeah,
like
this,
shit.
that, and the third. Yeah. So what else
Okay.
he could he? Yeah. What else? What else was he charged with that we can make an
He
excuse for?
oh, I don't know. You tell me.
Let's see. He got.
I'm asking you the questions. You telling me the
That's
answers.
fine.
I don't know.
So we have 1 through 6. Six may be difficult, because she is just there for the STD. I mean, mainly, and it occurred in 2017. Prior to her, there's a lot of people that have been exposed to the STD, and they actually have it. So she would be difficult. 5, we could say she lied about her age. 4, lied about her age. 1, someone else was involved. This was what, way back in 94. He was a young guy. His mental capacity was not functioning of a person. How old was he supposed to be? 27. So we could say his mental capacity was
Yeah.
yeah, his mental capacity was probably functioning as a person, maybe 16 or 17. There was a older guy involved in securing the getting the marriage done. So 1, we have an excuse for that. 2 and 3, I don't know. We don't know too much about that person. 2 and 3 may be a problem. 6, can't really do nothing about that. And that's how that works. So,
I think you came on late. Truth be told, allegedly, I'm not trolling. I've been on this conversation with Angie for the past 3 hours, and we've been talking about the case. I'm not trolling at all.
right,
Sorry.
right. And this is and y'all, so y'all know I do the both parts. I do the defense, I do the prosecution. Of course, anti R. Kelly is not going to agree with that, and vice versa. But that's how this works out.
Right.
I'm not making this up. This is how they're gonna look at it in some sort of way. You can check what I'm talking about. Just look at the motions. Look what they're saying. The motions from the defense. Look at how they are challenging it. You can also look at now. You have a real time version of what the fuck he's saying. Look at what he's saying. Look at what he's saying in the transcripts. I haven't read them. Just look it up. Look at it. I'll stand
Right.
on what I'm saying the way he's going. I'll stand on it. Cause there ain't too many ways. He can't say my client is just not guilty because he ain't do it. Can't say that. Cause there's a whole bunch of evidence that says otherwise.
Now
And regardless,
you're talking about when the defense basically raises their case and closing arguments. Basically, that's what you're talking about for the New York.
yeah. Well, I'm talking about, yeah. I'm talking about what I think, just based on how they have responded to everything the prosecution has put up thus far. What they have said and the little bit they could do on cross examination is what I said before. When they got up, when it came to the minors, right? With the alleged minors, when it came to them, I said, that before the trial started, I said, well, one way that they're going to try to get around that is they're going to try to age them. They're going to try to say that whatever occurred between R. Kelly and the alleged minors happened at a later date, which would have made them older. So then when that was proven, when Canick asked, I think it was JP and John Doe number one, when he asked them, did this occur? Did this sexual encounter occur? And I'm just using a date. Um, later than, okay, just say, did this sexual encounter occur in 2000? I'm using a date in 2010 rather than 2008 when you was a minor. He asked them that,
Right.
if I'm not mistaken, because y'all read the transcript.
Right.
So he was trying to age them. And that's the only way one of the only ways he could go. He couldn't get up there
Okay.
and say, okay,
So
yeah,
okay. Okay, so in the New York, you think 5? So just based off of what you all the counts that we went over, right? In the New York case, you think 5 years would be appropriate?
No, I ain't say that. I said
Well,
that what I'm saying is the the when it comes to sentencing, you have mandatory minimums,
right,
you have maximums. You
right,
also the judge can also sentence outside the guidelines. That's something different. But
right.
based on the minimum, I'm just going by the minimum. If
Mm-hmm.
the minimum that he's facing is 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have, and it's 10 years because I think it's for the minimum for his RICO. If I'm not mistaken, I think you can get 30 months per count or something like that. So it's nine. So it's 9 counts.
Nigga, you sorry? Fuck is you talking about? Just because you don't agree with my fucking opinion, nigga, you're sorry.
Lord
Shit,
have mercy. What the hell done happened now?
fuck out of here, nigga. You just popped up on the scene, nigga. We been on the scene for 3 years. Fuck is you talking about? But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Who is that? Is that Arkansas? Wait a minute. Who is that?
Yeah,
Um,
talking about I'm sorry. The fuck? How you gonna say I'm sorry because of my opinion, nigga? You sorry for your opinion. But go ahead. Sorry. Shit.
Lord have mercy. Arkansas. Lord have mercy. Oh, he said he sorry was a correction on a typo. Oh, okay. I don't think he calling you sorry. Yo, I can't even
Oh,
add that.
okay.
I know.
Yeah, I was like, okay. So how you trying to call me sorry for my fucking opinion? Period. But but go ahead. So you said so
So
what do you think will
so
be
they say,
appropriate for what your charges that that you said the 8 guilty, 4 not guilty. What would you as the judge sentence him to in New York? And obviously the defense would bring whatever you said there, you know, what would you sentence him to? What do you feel would be appropriate? Obviously, looking at the mandatory guidelines and things of that nature.
if I well, let me yeah, okay, here's the thing. Let me okay, so my roommate, he does the human trafficking and the whole shebang and the high crimes, right? So he does a whole bunch of sexual this type of stuff, right? Long
Mm.
time ago, when I asked him about this, I asked him, what would you accept on a plea deal? On a plea deal. He told me a plea deal, he wouldn't go no lower than 30 years. And
30?
that's 30, hold on, that's not even
Damn.
federal. That's state. He does state. That's not even federal. He does state. He
Damn.
said 30 was a plea. So that's effective, pretty much a life
Damn.
sentence. 30.
Hell yeah. At 50, that's
Yeah.
damn. And that's
But
not even okay.
he has gotten someone 200. Well, let me take that back. The judge sentenced him to that, not him. But he had a case where somebody got 240 years. Okay.
Shit.
Yes, he locks everybody up. Everybody, nobody gets a breather. He don't give a fuck. He don't want to hear nothing. So that's
Damn.
the type of situation. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
So
he said
okay,
30
so
years.
do you think that they could so is mandatory is no getting around the minimums. In any
Right.
case, I'm
No,
not talking
no.
about this. I'm just in general. There's no way you can get around any minimum sentences. Is
Unless
mandatory.
she, yeah, unless she sentenced outside of the guidelines, and I'm not sure why she would, but unless she sentenced outside of the guidelines, yeah, there's no way to really get around that. So
Fuck.
that's what I'm saying. But Here's the thing,
Okay.
you get charged, per count.
And
So
right. And mind you, people who are listening, because people going to drag me, blah, 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 whatever, whatever. This is not my opinion. This is what we're
yeah,
talking
it's not
about, the
his opinion.
charges
Yeah,
per
we talk.
charge.
Yeah,
And this is what Angie is saying based on what's so
the
far
law.
been in court or
Yeah,
whatnot, the law. Right. So
according to
this
the
has
law.
nothing to do with me. I'm just asking her the question and she's answering it. So sorry.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So depending on
Damn.
whatever side you are on, you get sentenced per count. If he's not
Okay.
convicted of all counts, his time decreases. His potential
Little Red. I
sentence
ain't talking about that.
decreases.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So his potential sentencing sentences sentence decreases. So if he gets found not guilty on half of the counts, then this looks different, and may look different going to the next case, and then which most likely would be the federal, I guess, or in Chicago, I think
In
it'll probably be
Illinois.
federal.
Right.
Illinois, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's the next one.
Mhm. So
Mm,
then it looks different. So that's what I'm saying. So if you
right.
depending on how you rock, if you are if you're against them, then you would want to think that they nailed every, because the minimum sentence is 10 years. And when they go to Chicago, if he is found guilty, that judge, I mean, most likely the sentence is supposed to be ran consecutively. However, the judge can say run it concurrently. That means run it concurrently with what he got in New York.
Right. So it would just be one. It would just be the 30 years. Period.
Right.
That's what consecutive or
Or
concurrently means. It'd just be
yeah, yeah, and if that's what, but if the judge sentenced him to 10 years, if he got found guilty of all counts in New
mm-hmm,
York, if he got the minimum of 10 years, if he got
mm-hmm.
found guilty in Chicago for a federal case, for that federal charge,
They'll probably add
and
more. Is what you're saying.
he could, if they're supposed he could they're supposed to it should run consecutively. It will run consecutively unless that judge say run it concurrently. If he runs it concurrently with New York, that's what they'll get.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. So
I
it
don't
looks
think that
different.
will happen. I don't think that'll happen. But hey.
You think they'll run it consecutively?
Well, I think it would be concurrent, and I don't agree that it would even be 30 years. Like that's crazy. I don't think that would ever happen. But hey, that's you. You know.
Well, that's what he said.
But if you're
I didn't
going
say
off
30
of,
years.
I see what you're saying though.
Yeah,
But you're just
yeah.
going off of. You're not saying that's what you want. Is like, okay, I want him for 30 years. You're just going off of the counts you thought
What
were
someone
guilty, and then
knows
the
that does
minimums.
this work. Yeah, where
Right, and
someone
then the
that
minimums
does this
on those
work.
particular charges.
Yeah, what he said he would accept this, and what reason why he said this is he looked at, and this was a long time ago when we talked about this. But he looked at what he was charged with. He also looked at what they said alleged they had the what the evidence was, and as well as this is a case that could, his maximum would be life. So he looked at life, and this is what it typically do. Looks at life, he looks at the minimum, what is a good gauge? What is a good midpoint that makes sense? And he said 30
Hmm.
years.
Mm,
I
mm,
would
mm.
have, yeah, if
That's
I felt,
crazy.
yeah, I would have said 20.
Damn.
No.
What y'all thinking? I mean, well, yeah, I can't ask y'all. Y'all hate this man, but damn.
Oh, they were
Like
like,
that'd be
give
like shit.
him
9,000
life.
years, goddamn it. They talking
Yeah,
about
give him
9,000
life.
years.
Yeah, right.
Shit.
Right,
Y'all
James.
cold.
Right, James. You're absolutely right.
You think so? You
Illinois is
think
a
Illinois
strong
is
state.
stronger?
Oh yeah.
Wow, y'all cold. Y'all
The
some
reason
cold
why, let me tell you
motherfuckers.
why. Let me tell you why. Because they had the only reason why they listen. If they didn't use RICO, these charges, the ones that are these charges, they would all be out of beyond the statute of limitations.
But aren't they statute limitation in Illinois though?
Illinois. Let me see who was that, right? The okay,
I think I
Illinois is the
think
video,
that's
right?
well, that's what they're saying. We don't obviously we don't know what they've presented because the case hasn't gone to trial. So we really don't. It's kind of hard to say, but I
Mm.
think it was with like which who it was with what alleged. I think it was JP. I just know JP is one of them. I think sorry, JP AC. I think those two,
Okay.
if
Now,
I'm not mistaken. People in the chat might know, but I think it's and then the obstruction. Yeah, it might be. I forget. I forget on that case, honestly.
because now when we go to Illinois, and now I hate to put out, I had to look at how the paperwork, how the indictment, how they made the indictment, but most
Mhm.
likely it's not going to, it shouldn't be within. First of all, if it was with the stat, if there was any challenge to the statute of limitation, and it was the statute of limitation, it was outside of statute of limitations, then it would have been dismissed a long time ago. That's number one. Because ain't no damn defense attorney, I don't give a damn who it is, gonna sit up there and know
Well,
something. Yeah, they would have
not
challenged it.
necessarily though. Not necessarily though. We seen how I ain't gonna name no names, but we saw how the attorney was moving before
Well,
he
but that
left.
man ain't dumb. He ain't nowhere near dumb. And if he's a Chicago based attorney, and you don't need to be, and there is no such thing as a federal attorney. You as an attorney, you make application to be allowed to work on a federal case. That's all the difference. And anybody knows a goddamn a 1L and know the goddamn statute of limitations. You know to challenge that if there is a you think have an inkling of there's a statute of limitation problem. Here's the thing, but with these particular crimes, uh, first of all, you have to look at what's the law now. Because there was a lot of uh, with when it comes to reporting a sexual um having a crime that happened a long time ago and a sexual crime, they changed the law to make sure to for them to be able to report it now, even though it happened a long time ago. Number two is the indictment written as well as if I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't been in there a minute, the law when it comes to it has to be as the same case now as it is now. Whenever the crime was discovered, then it goes 5 years back. The statute of limitation tolls, which is it stops. There's an imaginary clock, means that it stops. It's called tolling. Y'all can I've said this 1,000 times. People should know this by now. Tolling means that the clock stops. Oh, Dom got kicked off. I need to be looking at the goddamn at the monitor
My
at the
bad. Yeah,
understand. That's
it be
because
kicking me off sometime. I don't know why.
yeah, that means the statute of
My
limitation
fault.
stops, right? And depending on the how they charge the crime, it could go back. They could do a 5-year thing and all of that from when the crime was founded, when the the indictment occurred. So all of that is going to play a part in the Chicago case. So I'm pretty sure if those charges are still up there and someone
Okay.
tried to get them dismissed and it's still up there, that means that it's within the statute of limitations.
Well, not
Oh,
necessarily though, because if you remember, same thing happened with Bill Cosby. These are two different cases. I'm not
right.
comparing. I don't want people to think that, because people were like, "Oh, you guys are comparing Bill Cosby to his case to R. Kelly's case." It's
And
similar in them
yeah, it's
being
different.
high profile black entertainers, but I'm talking about what you just brought up. I'm talking specifically about where you said that that they wouldn't that it would oh it would they wouldn't even bring charges if the statute of limitations passed, but meaning basically they wouldn't do something even if they legally couldn't, which is not true, because they did that with Bill Cosby, even though in the he had physical documents from the DA stating that they wouldn't charge him. And I'm not comparing the two things. I'm just My point is that the new DA still decided to bring charges even though they legally could not, but they still did it, and no one, it was cool, and they brought it to court. He was convicted or whatever the case was, and then they obviously overturned it after years after he was serving. But my point is that I feel like they still could and would even bring charges even at the statute of limitations if they really want to bring down this person that much, in my personal opinion.
Well, with his particular, and that's what I said. I said I mean, you can't compare one case to the other, although you have case law. That
Hmm.
people could use the same case law in different cases. But you still can't compare both cases. The actual the actual circumstances and the elements of each case, you really can't compare those. But you could use case law in order to argue a case when it comes to motions and shit.
Right.
With
Right. And I'm not comparing the two
Yeah,
cases. I'm just saying that from the legality part, as far as that they still would bring charges even though they legally weren't supposed to. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
That some people will do
I
that.
get what you're saying, but when it comes to like the statute of limitation, like when that's something that like um um any type of violations that would be constitutional when it comes to civil rights and shit like that. When a defense attorney receive that paperwork, that's the first shit they looking for, right? Because the best way, anybody in the chat knows this, and I said this all the time. The best way to beat a charge is to do what? The best way
Get
to
it
get beat
dropped?
a charge is to do what?
Get it dropped?
Right, to get rid of it. Okay, and that's the first shit you're
Right.
gonna
But
scan.
Greenberg,
Yeah, you're gonna scan
Greenberg,
for violation, right? But he gonna do that. I don't care how y'all don't believe in
nah.
him or y'all think he's shitty. He's been in the game for over 30 years. He's gonna
Nah.
scan for that. Yeah, that's right.
Regardless, Treenberg, his name is Treenberg, according to a certain person.
Well,
He did a horrible job with R. Kelly's case, period. In my personal opinion.
no. Yeah,
I think he did, but
yeah, you,
that's neither here
yeah,
nor there.
you
He's
might,
not there now,
yeah,
so
well,
it's irrelevant,
yeah.
you know.
So
But
anybody, I mean that right there, that's a shit, a easy one right there. You looking for, especially and that and it's gonna be an alert. Time of paperwork come in, you look, an attorney get a get an indictment, and you look and that's a federal crime. And most federal crimes, the statute of limitation is 5 years. You get an indictment, and you look at
Right.
that charge, and it happened in 2000, what it is, 10 or 9, and it's
Shit. 8.
2019. You gonna scan that shit, and you gonna look at, oh, you gonna first thing you gonna say, oh, this is a statute of limitation. You gonna see, you gonna look, and then you gonna look at the crime, and you gonna say, okay, this is a, and then you gonna work it like that. But yeah, yeah, that is gonna be, that's gonna be a goddamn, that's gonna be a warning flag. Oh, we gotta look for this. We gotta look. This is how we're gonna
Right.
get rid of this because of this. And time you see that, and he's gonna say, well, okay, well, the statute of limitation. You're gonna look for statute of limitation. You're gonna see if double, you're gonna look for double jeopardy. You're gonna, all of that. You're gonna see if this
Right.
is gonna be a possible double jeopardy when it attaches. All of that. You're gonna look for all of that.
Right.
And
Especially if
that's
if
just
if
you're gonna look for,
Rashona, if
yeah,
if she's in this Illinois case, I mean, because he already, obviously they're charging him with the obstruction part, but I mean that should be their defense. Like, I beat this case. I mean, even though people want to say he did this, he did that, he paid people, whatever, he still beat it. I mean, it got found not guilty rather. So,
yeah,
but yeah, I see what you're saying. Um, so damn. So you said 30 years. Damn, that's
yeah.
cold.
He said 30 years, and yeah, he said that that's on a plea, So
Damn, on a plea?
yeah,
Why would you even? That's crazy.
right. And
Yeah.
here's the thing, and this is what I think, and this is, you know, I think he probably pretty much took it to court because the plea deal would have been life, damn near life imprisonment anyway. That's just
People
my
were saying, but people, I don't know how true this is because I didn't read an actual article, but it was floating around, in this R. Kelly sector that, they offered him 2 years early on.
no,
But I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen that, like, on wax ever.
yeah. First of all, I'm pretty. I got a good idea where that came from, but that came through that damn Tammy Washington shit, that little media thing or whatever's going on with that.
Oh, okay,
And
okay, okay.
nobody, no real media outlet, no one that we believe said anything
Well,
about that.
that's
Nobody else
credible.
picked it up.
That's right. That has the
And
credibility of.
yeah,
I mean,
credibility.
not that these people are credible, but I'm just saying, as far as a big platform
Yeah,
didn't pick it up. I
yeah.
see what you're saying. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
because I was confused. Like, who said? I mean, because people kept saying that, and I was like, where did they? I mean, who wouldn't take 2 years? He served 2 years already.
Right,
Why wouldn't you take 2 years? I would have took 2 years.
right.
Shit.
Yeah,
But I
thank you.
mean, if you didn't do it, why would you? So
And
that's,
and let me tell you the luxuries that you are afforded in most plea deals. With most plea deals, you get to plea on prior crimes, current crimes, and future crimes.
mhm,
2 years
right.
for all that.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? Who the hell wouldn't take that?
right. But
Yeah,
see, also too, you gotta remember, if they're offering me 2 years, and they would probably have you register as a sex offender. You probably would have to, be on parole and halfway houses and all that stuff. And if you didn't do something, why would you want to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? So,
because they got
but
evidence
that's
showing my ass in a video. That's why, yes,
hey,
they got evidence showing my ass in a video. They got NDAs
I haven't seen it.
showing my ass is the person that, saying, okay, we'll settle this. Yeah.
I haven't
Mhm.
seen it. But I see what you're saying, though. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I,
Mhm.
I just I just never when people were saying that, bottom line is I never saw it picked up by like, a real outlet. So I didn't really believe it. But I was like, damn, why wouldn't someone take 2 years? Because you served that already, just going to trial. So I thought that was interesting. But yeah, that is wild though. Thinking
Yeah.
about, that's a lot, man. But I still don't think they've proved the racketeering. I just don't. But you know, we'll see. It's gonna get to a point where
Yeah.
the jury will deliberate, and the closing arguments and all that type of stuff will come, and we gonna see. But I just don't see that. You know, in my opinion. But people probably disagree,
Yeah.
of course.
So, but who was that? No, James. You could take
What's
a
up,
plea
VR?
deal before anytime before the jury comes back with the answer.
Hmm.
Yeah, you could take a plea deal before the jury comes back with an answer.
No, yeah. I was gonna say, James, you could take a plea whenever. I don't
Yeah,
think it. I don't think it matter up until they actually, you know,
reach the verdict.
find
Yeah,
their
you could take a
conviction. Yeah.
yeah, you could take a plea deal before up until the jury take comes back with the verdict. But oh
Right.
my God,
But
y'all, we done been in here 5 hours, and it's 6 a.m.
yeah.
my time.
Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, the
I got
club's closing where Dom is.
hell yeah. This shit crazy.
So I'm gonna have to get on up out of
But
here, y'all.
yeah, I appreciate you for having
Oh
me.
no problem. I
People.
appreciate you with all the probing and the questions. Yes, I
Yeah,
got
I
them
was, just
as a
curious.
part of the assignment. Shit.
Right. People gonna drag me and shit, but it's okay. I don't give a fuck
Oh, they ain't
what
gonna.
people got.
Okay. The
I don't
only
give a
only
fuck.
body that would drag somebody from over coming over to go on the platform and shit like this person that's ignorant. And I
Right.
said it. He didn't. I said it. You're ignorant as hell.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
all
my
good.
thing
I
is,
don't
would
care.
you? And I'm in the middle. What the hell's wrong with you? I'm not no. Even
Right.
if he was talking about somebody that was against R. Kelly and shit like that. Hell, I mean, I always use the example. Would you want to if you go to work? Would you not talk to somebody if you're a Democrat that was a Republican because they have a different point of view? That's
Right.
you
And see,
illiterate and ignorant.
I've always been that way. Like, obviously, I've thought about going to law school. People in chat, go, oh, you try whatever. But I don't care what people have to say. But I do like arguing, and I don't like. I think it's pointless to argue with the same side or
Thank
have a
you.
conversation with the same side because then you're not getting nowhere. I
You're
actually
not
do
getting
like to
nowhere.
hear other people's opinion. Even if I disagree with it, and people argue, yell, cut, whatever the case is. I still like to think. I want to know in your brain why you think that. I'm gonna tell you why I think
Right.
my opinion, and then we just say this is why I think this. You tell me why you think it, and then hey, we had the conversation. But just talking to the same side, you know, it's kind of pointless in my opinion. Some
Right.
people think otherwise, and I respect it. But me
And
personally,
here's the thing.
you know,
Here's the thing. You that I don't know. There is not one attorney that I know that when they prepare for a case, and even when I was active doing it, and on either you and I always tell people, and I don't know if anybody remember this, but I haven't said it lately. You prepare. You looking at. You got to know what the other side is thinking. So you got to prepare. You have to have a bipolar experience. You might be a prosecutor, but you
right,
got to think as if you're the defense, and vice versa.
right,
You
because
looking at
that's
it,
the only way you can
yeah.
come to a conclusion. You got to think, okay, well, they're gonna
How's
they're
they
gonna bring
coming?
that exactly. They're gonna say
Yeah,
this, and then this is how we're gonna attack this. That's how you have to be as an attorney. Otherwise, you're gonna go in there not knowing what the hell you're doing. You have to know, okay, this is what they're gonna say, and this is how we're gonna respond. You got to come up with different things that they're gonna different points that they're gonna bring up or raise, and then you tell them what you think, or
and
you defend, or versus prosecution, whatever. So
that's
you got
how both
that's like,
sides, right? That's how both sides seem to move effortlessly in court, right? I'm getting tired of
Right.
in
Yeah.
court,
No, it's all good.
meaning,
Yeah.
yeah, that's okay. Meaning that's how they move in, move it with ease in court, where there seems to be no interruption because they know, just pretty much know how the other side is coming. They know when it comes to certain evidence what the goddamn arguments and opposition is going to be for certain for certain elements. They know how each side may be coming. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's how they
Right.
do it. They seem to get up and have the answers to the other person's question, and vice versa on both sides, because they have to probe and see and scope out what way the other person is coming, what they can come up with, what would be the argument, what would be the opposition. That's how when you see motions, oh, Donald going again. When you see motions, when you see emotions come out, just for a perfect example, when you see those lengthy ass motions in limine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why you see the other side can knock out an opposition within 24 hours, because they know which way they're coming. They
Right.
know what they're thinking, because that's what they would be thinking, and that's how they would attack it, and that's how they would answer it, and that's how they would oppose it. Usually, that's how they know. That's how it goes so fast, back and forth, like a tennis match.
Right.
You know?
Until it
Yeah.
comes to the conclusion. Right.
Right. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm. Yeah, that's what an intelligent person would do. An intelligent person would not sit up there and have a conversation 24 hours. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 3 years, with everybody on the same side. You're getting nowhere,
Right.
and that's just the honest. And I don't care what side you're on.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just think obviously it was, people just hate each other
Yeah.
and all this shit. So it was never a right things to do. You know what I mean? That's why I like coming to your page, because your channel is neutral. You have, a lot of the people who hate R. Kelly, of course,
All right.
but I still like to talk to people and see like what they think about, the whole situation. So
Yeah,
even
and
if
I
it's
and I
so
and yeah, and I and I always appreciate, of course, you got the shout out, to anybody that comes to him, but I like it when more of the pro R. Kelly people come through, because you guys, most of them, the ones that comes, and I know there's no disrespect to the people that just
right,
think, just have no thought process to it, but I tend to get the R. Kelly people that have a thought process, and they want to know more of how the legal part applies to their position, how
right,
the legal part applies to their position. Those are the people I tend to get a lot of on both sides, really. But when the
right,
legal part, and those are people that I like to, talk to show them that, okay, this is how this is, and this is the only way that this probably is going to work out in your favor. And that's just to be honest. That's just to
right.
be honest.
Shit.
But
Keep
yeah,
the truth. I know you hate R. Kelly. You crazy.
right. There's a good bit
Yeah,
of them over here. I hate R. Kelly.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know she do. Out of her and then the other one, I don't know her name, but them two right there, I know
Tears.
they
Yeah.
can't stand
Tears.
R. Kelly.
Yeah.
Them two.
Yeah.
All the other ones is just they don't like the alleged stuff. But yeah, that's funny. But yeah, it
And
is
B
it
Rock
is
want to
crazy.
kill everybody.
Right,
B Rock don't give a damn what it is. B Rock wants to kill everybody.
right.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, man. It's
Yeah.
crazy,
B
but
Rock wants to kill
it's all
everybody.
good.
Yeah.
It's all
Well, let
good.
me
But
get
yeah,
out of here.
I appreciate you.
Oh, I
Thank you
appreciate
for
you too,
having me.
Don.
So
I really do.
I'm about to
Yeah.
get to bed. So y'all
Yeah,
y'all be
like that.
easy.
When I'm
But
sleepy, I talk real old and country when I get sleepy. Hell, I don't know what the hell going on, but I try to
right.
stick with the young guy.
Right.
Shit.
Well, yeah, I'm good. You know, I'd be up, but
Yeah.
Danny, he's not the most likable personality though. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like me personally, I don't like. It's not like I'm like, oh, I want to go hang out with R. Kelly. I want to go hoop with them.
Yeah.
I'm not like that type of person. I'm not a fan girl fan. Now I will be a fan for some Rihanna though. If I seen her, I'm gonna chase her ass down. But
Oh Lord.
you
To
know
get
what I
the
mean?
bill.
But R. Kelly, I love his music and shit. But I'm not about to. I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm just. I don't like what what I see is being done to him. I don't care to meet him. None of that type of shit. But I feel you. I feel your point. You know.
Right, right.
But
But yeah, y'all. So honey, so let
yeah,
me get on
man.
up
Thank
out of
you.
here. No,
Y'all
no
have a
problem.
good night.
Thank you.
Y'all be easy.
All right, thank you, Dom.
All right. Take care.
All right, thank you. Let me see who else came up. Dom, thank you, Dom. Thank you. He. Who else came? Is anybody else come up here? Nobody. Oh, nobody else. Yeah. So, thank y'all to the host, the hostess, and the guests, and the rest. And I'm tired as hell. So, thank you, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. To everybody that supported in the way they can. I appreciate y'all. I don't ask, but I do appreciate y'all. And thanks for hanging out with me. And what for 5 hours and 15 minutes, Jesus? Let's get out of here. So, all right, y'all. Until the next live. Thank you. Peace out. Good night and good morning. Bye, y'all.